meeting off. Declare it open at 9:31 and start by acknowledging the Condolence people, who are the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet here this morning. I'd like to pay respect to their elders past and present and extend that respect to other Indigenous Australians who also may be present here this morning. Through the housekeeping, for the last time in 2023, I'd like to remind you all that this meeting is being recorded in audio and video, as well as being live streamed online. So councillors, just be reminded that you don't have parliamentary privilege in this chamber as the state and federal government parliamentarians do. So you're reminded to be cognizant of this and any comments which you make during the course of this meeting. Also, we do have a councillor online, so I just want to remind you to use your microphone when speaking, and for any councillors or officers who are attending virtually, just to use the mute button when you're not speaking. In the event of an evacuation, don't think that will happen today, hopefully, but I would like to ask you to remain calm, just follow my directions, and the emergency exit is through the gallery doors on your left and down to the stairwell exit on Bloomfield Street. Public conduct during meetings is covered under section 8.4 of our standing orders, so all members of the public present at a meeting must not, without the prior approval of the chairperson, make any audio or video recordings or take any photographs. We ask you to remain quiet and not disrupt the meeting in any way. Not bring any signs into the meeting, placards or items that may cause a hazard or interfere with other people present. We ask you to be suitably dressed. Turn your mobile devices to silent, please. And if you need to take a call, please leave chambers. As a chairperson, it is my responsibility to warn a member of the public present at a meeting who is not complying with any of these requirements that I may, with or without such warning, require that person to leave the meeting and not return for a period as decided by the chairperson, and that could include future meetings. Now, we don't have a leave of absence. I thought we might have, because Mark Edwards is unwell, and we hope he certainly hope he gets better quickly and before Christmas. But I do need to remind you all to sign the attendance sheet on our diligent boards before the meeting ends this morning. With that, it's my great pleasure now to invite a member of the Redlands Ministers Fellowship, no stranger to all of us. Pardon, now? Okay, well, can I please have a motion to allow Councillor Edwards to participate via teleconference? Move Councillor Boglari, second Councillor Mitchell. Those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Apologies, I was going to leave that for after our devotional segment. With that, I'd like to ask Linda Grieve now, who will give us a brief devotional segment for our last meeting of 2023. Over to...
Good morning. I am Linda Grieve, co-pastor of C3 Church Redland Bay with my amazing husband Peter, and also co-founder of the Cage Youth Foundation, making a difference across this great city we live in. Now, for today, I read on the council website that the Redlands coast is known for its relaxed coastal lifestyle, its strong community values, outstanding cultural and natural attractions, promoting the 7 goals of leadership, strong communities, Quandamooka country, natural environment, livable neighbourhoods, thriving economy, efficient and effective organisation. I feel like I'm singing to the choir, but I'm going to sing. How does this happen? It takes dedicated and committed people like those sitting around the table here today. I heard once that challenges are what make life interesting, and overcoming them is what makes life meaningful. There have been many challenges, and there will be many more as we all navigate our journey and set to achieve what we are called to do. Some of these steps to help achieve in this year and the years ahead are also noted on Council's website, which I really love. That is, one team, we work together, we work and learn together to serve with pride, as in the privilege it is to support our community. That safety of heart is for the team's safety and for well-being, and to listen and be heard, to speak up with courage, and that we listen with respect, to own it with integrity, and that which we are accountable for. From first-hand experience, I resonate with all of these points, and I know that it actually takes a village to make a difference, one that is committed and united in a cause and purpose. And in Proverbs 16, verse 9 in the Bible, it says, people make their plans, and this is the Linda Grieve Revised Version, that people make their plans, but God directs our steps, or God has the final say. And in Proverbs 16:3, it states that if we commit to the Lord whatever we do, then he will establish our plans and our paths. Because we are all placed in positions of influence, positions of leadership, so that our actions are to inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more. And as we show the skills of a leader, that this all comes out of a heart of empathy and compassion for others, to help them in the best way that we can, whatever our skill set and giftings are. So my prayer for all of you here today, including myself, is that we will choose wisely when we put our hands to the plough. When we make our plans, that we will be ones who use our influence and position to inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more. And that we will continue to see the level of care and respect raised up across this great city of ours for the benefit of all who call Redlands home. That the mission to make a difference, again on the website, to make it count, as we all make a difference every day through the work that we do, the statement will resonate in our hearts and continue to prompt us in all that we do as we serve this community, our city. I would just like to pray. Father, I thank you that your hand is upon us for good, that we can have confidence in the fact that as we commit our ways to you, our thoughts and our paths will be established, that you have put before us challenges and have provided to us everything that we need for a life, a good life and godliness. I thank you, God, for your purpose and provision to each person and each family represented here today. I pray that we would sense your peace, your leading and your guiding in all that we do. In Jesus' name, amen. So thank you all for your time. May God bless you as you navigate your journey, and Merry Christmas to you all as you spend time with family and friends. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. Councillors, I have been advised of some condolences. If I could hand over to Councillor Boglari for Gary Fatinos.
Thank you. I have the privilege today to read a tribute to Gary Fatinos that has been collated by staff, both past and present. As Gary was a valued work colleague, a mentor to many, and a treasured friend, his passing has impacted his council family, with many mourning a great loss, and as part of their goodbye, I read their tribute today. Gary Fatinos was born to Greek parents, Peter and Esther, on the 16th of August 1960. He was the eldest of 5, having 2 sisters and 2 brothers. He was a local lad attending Brisbane State High School and graduated from Queensland University of Technology with a Bachelor of Environmental Science. His first job was with Mount Isa Shire Council as an environmental health officer. Mate, I loved it. Best experience a young fellow could ever have, he would often say, and tell stories of how he was given a map and sent out in an old Toyota Ute to carry out health inspections in places he never knew existed. Gary loved the feel of Mount Isa, the warmth, the generosity, and the down-to-earth attitude of that community. After a few years, Gary returned to the southeast, where he took up an environmental health officer position with Redland City Council. In 1988, Gary married his beloved Athula, and together they had 2 beautiful and very talented children, Peter and Tess. In 1991, Gary commenced a 30-year career with Redland Shire Council and later Redland City Council. Gary and his family enjoyed the Redlands. Athula, a secondary teacher, taught for 19 years at Ormiston College, where both their children did their primary and secondary schooling. Gary was originally recruited to council as an environmental health supervisor, where his natural ability as a leader and an innovator, his reliability, vision, loyalty, and dedication was soon recognised. In 1993, he was appointed to his first senior management position, Program Manager, Environmental Health. Gary was very skilled, flexible, adaptable, and had a great knowledge of the workings of local government. This made him a great fit for the many senior management roles he took on. These included Group Manager, Policy and Planning, Group Manager, Environmental Management, Group Manager, City Planning and Environment, Group Manager, Environment and Regulation, and Group Manager, Customer and Community Services. So you can see how many areas and people in council he touched. Irrespective of his role, whether he was revolutionising our mosquito management control program, working to educate our community and industry to prevent pollutants entering our waterways and bay, developing new strategies and guidelines for council's policy and legislative framework, further protecting our natural environment through developing environmental policies that would encompass greenhouse action plans, identifying a program for acquiring environmental land, developing strategies, plans and projects to enhance our recreation and open space networks, developing plans and projects to modernise Indigiscape centres, our libraries, our performing arts centre, and I'm determined to get his last plan through at one stage or another, or our animal shelter. Gary did it because he believed in it. He was passionate about each and every project and was totally committed to delivering the best outcomes for our community. Gary's approach was always positive, focusing on what could be achieved. If there was a barrier, he would work to remove it or work around it, all for his community. His enthusiasm was infectious, and his care for people, staff, and our community was always at the forefront. Gary's legacy will not only be for the wonderful work and projects he delivered for our community, but it will include how he cared and took time for people. Gary Fatinas was a man of the people. He was ahead of his time with the lives he touched and the inspiration he gave. Long before the concept of Are You OK, or before we had any policies about caring for people's mental health, Gary was already doing this with his own message, and it was about filling up our buckets. He would share messages with anyone and everyone, and it was a message about resilience, about promoting well-being, self-care, and retaining the balance in our lives. To Gary, work was very important, but he would stress to everyone that it's not the most important thing in our lives. He would talk about the important things like time away from work, time with family and friends, and reaching out to others, which is something he was always doing. Gary was always so generous with his time, and he loved buying you a coffee, lunch, or a beer. He loved gathering people together. Everyone was always welcome. He loved picking you up to show you off some special place or thing he thought important enough to share with you. Gary loved showing off and celebrating the achievements of others, especially those that had put projects in and around Redlands, and he would ensure they received the recognition they deserved. Gary really enjoyed meeting new people and generally welcomed them to our organisation. He would stress what a great place it is to work and invite them to drop in and see him at any time. He would check on people to make sure they were doing okay and let people know how he appreciated what they were doing. It didn't matter who you were or how long you'd known him. Every time they were greeted with his huge smile, and he would grip you with that huge hand of his and shake it generously. Gary loved socialising, getting people together for early morning rides at the Redlands Track Park or on any of our city trails, many of which we can owe to Gary and his teams, and bikeways, or for a bit more serious mountain biking. And there's a lot of stories that the officers that have been bike riding with Gary have been saying over the last few weeks, or more serious bike riding at other venues. Then, always after, it would be coffee or brekkie. He was always inviting someone new to join him at karate, where he was an instructor, as well as training for his third Dan black belt. He would invite people for coffee afterwards. You can tell how many people he invited for coffee because this is all their comments. He would invite people for coffee afterwards, followed by a lunchtime walk, or we were invited to check out the latest exhibition at our art gallery, which he loved. On the weekends, for Gary, it was a picnic with his dog Maisie at Nudgee Beach, or gathering to watch the footy or cricket. He very rarely missed the first day of the first test at the Gabba. Also, he really enjoyed rugby league, whether it was watching his beloved Queensland Maroons or Souths Logan, or in the NRL, Manly Warringah. Everyone was invited to join him. Gary retired from Redland City Council in December 21, and no person could ever have achieved so much in their retirement as Gary did. A day would never go by when he was still not checking up on friends, old work colleagues, or planning his next adventure or family holiday. Gary adored his family. He was so proud of Peter and Tess and what they had already achieved, and their family home was always abuzz with Gary's talk of his next adventure. He was so excited about Peter's upcoming wedding. Peter and Rachel were married on the 4th of November. Gary missed the wedding by 24 days. He always loved reading and sharing books, and one of his latest was 4,000 Weeks. And I think this is a message for everybody in the room today as well. It is about the discipline of time management. It suggests on average we all have 4,000 weeks or 80 days on this earth, and it offers us ways on how best not to waste any of that precious time. Gary only got to use 3,284 of his 4,000 weeks. He passed away at karate training on the 11th of October 23, but his time was crammed with so much love, joy and adventure. Gary did not have time for naysayers, holding grudges or the past. He was too busy squeezing all he could into life and supporting everyone around him. He lived for the present. For many of us who knew and loved Gary, we were truly best. And like many others, I hold fond memories, and I am indebted to Gary for all the mentoring he gave me over the last years in council. And I will work through the book list he has given me to read.
Thank you, Councillor Boglary. Councillor Bishop, you also have... Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Boglary, and on behalf of councillors, to see so many officers at the funeral of Gary Fatinas and the incredible Greek community working together. It was a testament to a man who devoted his life to public service, and it was amazing how much he had left over for his family as well. Thank you. I wish to share now a recognition of achievement for two extraordinary women, playwright Jan Neri and the inspiration she brought to a lady by the name of Elsie Stiller, who was one of the last remaining Land Army girls who served in World War II. The Gold Palm Theatre Awards are facilitated by an independent team of experienced theatre and performing arts practitioners and educators. Earlier this month, their highest accolade, the Platinum Palm Award, was presented to the individual or company deemed to have presented, supplied, staged or appeared in a production or given a service to a theatrical community which is considered outstanding, and this was given to Jan Neri. Not a resident of Redlands, but she is the co-founder of Theatre Redlands, which operates in association with Redlands Museum, where Jan has produced countless plays. Her cultural work within Redland City has indeed been significant over several decades. This Platinum Award was given in recognition of her creation of a number of original Australian scripts of great significance. She does write prodigiously, new works, world premieres, and for her use of museum exhibits and inspiration and props in her well-researched fictional play about the Australian Women's Land Army called The Other Diggers, which was performed at Redlands Museum as part of their Queensland Day celebrations earlier this year. This was a project that took place over many years and was originally funded by Arts Queensland, Redland City Council Regional Arts Development Fund grant that led to so much more than a single play. Jan is a qualified journalist and theatre maker. When she heard about the history of the Land Army girls who were stationed at Birkdale School of Arts Hall, owned by council, and they were camped there for over 2 years during World War II as they tended fields and farms with the red fertile soil around Birkdale, Thornside, Wellington Point, Ormiston and Cleveland, while men were off fighting, Jan thought, there's a play in that. Since 2019, Jan completed 9 drafts of her play and conducted extensive, invaluable research, pulling together reference material from the National Archives, National Library, National Film and Sound Archives, National Museum, War Memorial, ABC Radio Archives, ABC TV, Australian Women's Register, eHive, State Archives, so much more. And she's created an incredible resource base in the process, as well as locating a number of films, songs, letters, books, photographs, and material that will really help future generations remember and honour the work of these women. The initial production was at Redlands Museum. to mark the 80th anniversary of the Birkdale School of Arts Hall being launched as the first Land Army camp on August 13th in 1943. In August this year, Jan teamed up with Theatre Redlands and the Redlands Museum to provide an Australian Women's Land Army forum at the School of Arts Hall and invited two guests of honour, 96-year-old Elsie Stiller and 98-year-old Aurea Nixon, who were both Land Army women, as well as ABC Landline journalist Courtney Wilson. While Aurea and Elsie had never met, they had both seen the play. They'd been delighted and had many memories triggered about the time that they considered their happiest and the most interesting years of their lives. Which brings me to Elsie Stiller. She recalled fond memories of her time in service with the Land Army in 1943 to 1944. Many significant memories were triggered by seeing the play and being interviewed by local papers and then attending this forum. Hearing Elsie singing the alternative version that they used to sing to the famous song, "That's the Wrong Way to Tickle Mary," revealed a twinkle in her eyes and a reminder of a time gone by that is sadly now past. Elsie Stiller, whose final year had brought back so many memories and great joy from her youth thanks to this play, sadly passed away on November the 6th this year. She had been recently cared for at Prince Willem Retirement Village in Birkdale, and prior to that, Wellington Park Nursing Home in Wellington Point. Her daughter, Judy Butler, has been a proud Redlander for over 40 years, and she said, "Mum was amazed that people took an interest, as this was an important time in her life. Jan's wonderful play about the celebrations had made a huge impact on Mum's last months. There's no doubt that the women's hard work made a significant impact on the war effort, no matter where they served. My mum, Elsie Stiller, served in the Australian Women's Land Army during World War II when aged 17. She served in Stanthorpe picking fruit, peaches, apricots and apples, and then was a cotton picker at Callide. Judy says Mum became quite a celebrity in her final year, but being interviewed at the local newspaper and being a guest of honour at the 80th anniversary function. It was a magic moment to see these two Land Army girls sharing memories together. She loves sharing stories of the Land Army days, and this truly gave her great memories. So with the passing of Elsie Stiller, we pay respect to those Land Army women who served, and we will always cherish the photo that Elsie took with the Land Army girl statue at our Birkdale School of Arts Hall that was taken on the day of the forum. So I want to pay genuine respect to Theatre Redlands co-founder Jan Neri for her tireless dedication to keeping these stories alive and gathering such information. She's worked on this script for 4 years, created a wealth of content and connections that will help future generations remember an important phase of our history, thanks to Redland City Council's RADF grant, Redlands Museum and everyone who's collaborated. There is plans for the production to be remounted in 24-25 to culminate with the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. And respect to both Jan and Elsie Stiller. Vale, Elsie, we will remember you. Thank you.
And it was a great play.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillors, moving on with the agenda. I do now need a mover and seconder to receive the minutes from the 15th of November 2023. Can I have a mover and seconder? Thanks. Moved Councillor Mitchell, seconded Councillor Hughes. Any items of correctness? There being none, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Aye. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Council, the next item is declaration of conflicts of interest, prescribed and declarable. Just a reminder, you can make these declarations at any time during the meeting, but obviously it needs to fall in line with Chapter 5B of the Local Government Act 2009. You have the details of those responsibilities in your agenda. Once again, just be reminded that all interests need to be declared at a statutory meeting of council. This means any prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest relating to an item being discussed at a non-statutory meeting needs to be declared at a general or special meeting preceding that non-statutory meeting or workshop. Potential list of items to be discussed at all non-statutory meetings are made available to councillors with each workshop agenda before the preceding general meeting, so this can be achieved. As I said earlier, you can make those declarations at any time throughout the meeting. I'd like to declare a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 13.5, simply that 15.3. Sorry, pardon me, 15.3. The reason being that I obviously have a wedding venue. I'm part owner of a wedding venue, and I've elected to leave the room for that debate and discussion, which requires no further action. So with that, if there's no others, matters outstanding from previous general meeting, over to you, Steve.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, pardon, Councillor Tolte.
I just wanted to raise, I do think there is another councillor in the room that has a conflict in relation to that matter. There's been a lot of correspondence in relation to the item at 15.3, including a lot of preemptive statements about the outcome and comments about the applicants. And I would suggest that Councillor Berridge has a conflict in that regard, but I will leave it up to her to decide whether she's going to declare or not.
Councillor, if you'd like to take a vote, there is a process to do that on that issue. Councillor Berridge, would you like to respond?
Yes, I do not have a conflict of interest and I will not be declaring one. A complaint has been lodged with the Office of the Independent Assessor for the matter that Councillor Tolte has stated, and the Office of the Independent Assessor has noted that I acted completely within my councillor role, acted appropriately and dismissed the complaint. So there is no conflict of interest.
Thank you, Councillor Berridge. Councillor Tolte, would you like to move a motion or would you like to leave it at that?
No, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Tolte. Okay, moving on to matters outstanding from the previous general meeting. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. These items, 7.1, the subordinate local law on the local government controlled areas, facility and roads 2023 community consultation will come to a future meeting of council, as will 7.2, which is the notice of motion from Councillor Tolte on the report on council's programs related to the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. 7.3 is the draft Birkdale Community Precinct Local Government Infrastructure Designation Consultation Report that will come to a future meeting of council, and the petition on the request for road access Cleveland Redland Bay Road Thornlands will come to a future meeting of council as well. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Councillors, there are 2 Mayoral minutes and you have been advised of those Mayoral minutes. So I'll start with the first one if that's okay. The first one will be the Wynham Creek policy position on how we move forward with advocacy and delivering what is effectively a park and ride facility for a TransLink terminal. It's a government-run TransLink terminal. So with that, I'm happy to read out the motion. It's quite long, but if I'll be in your hands. If not, I'm happy to speak to it. Do you require me to read out the details?
I think for the record it would be a good idea, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right. I promise to be as efficient as possible. So the Mayoral minutes ask Council to resolve that the Queensland State Government accepts responsibility for the provision of park and ride infrastructure across southeast Queensland to support the efficient and safe operation of its public transport services delivered via TransLink. 2, despite being on the TransLink public transport network since 2013, the state government refuses to accept that the provision of similar park and ride infrastructure in the Redlands to support our southern Moreton Bay Islands public transport should be their responsibility. 3, Council has been advocating on behalf of the community to the state government since at least 2015 and more recently to the Deputy Premier in 2023, soon to be Premier by the way, in the absence of taking the whole responsibility to fund and deliver the park and ride infrastructure as it does across southeast Queensland, to partner with Redland City Council in delivering this valuable piece of infrastructure which would support and enhance the lifestyle of some of its most vulnerable residents. 4, Council will continue to advocate to the state government to partner with Redland City Council to deliver this vital piece of community infrastructure as part of state government's TransLink services, not unlike the recently delivered upgrades to the Simbi ferry terminals or the recent completion of the $44.5 million multi-storey park and ride for Ipswich communities of Springfield at the Springfield Central train station that contains a similar number of parking spaces required to adequately support the southern Moreton Bay Islands. 5. As part of Council's ongoing expression of interest process, the following principles will be used in negotiation and award of future commercial and development contractual arrangements at the Wynham Creek Priority Development Area, which is 1. All components of the project shall endeavour to be self-funding operationally to minimise cost to Council and the community without the need of significant future ongoing subsidies or community service obligations. This includes, but is not limited to, ongoing subsidisation of parking. 2. The land or part thereof, the subject of the current expression of interest, may be provided to offset the cost of delivering the commuter parking. Any financial value otherwise attributable to the land will be directly applied to a reduction in the operational costs for the commuter parking. 3. The preferred EOI proponent will assist Council in advocacy activities seeking recognition of a critical role in other levels of government to contribute to the cost of delivering the parking element in the project. And 4, the preferred expression of interest proponent is made aware that Redlands Investment Corporation reserves the right to terminate the process at any time should it feel the development outcomes or resultant commercial arrangements, including future user costs, are not in the best interest of Council or the community. So it's a fairly long resolution that required, and I'm happy to speak to it further if councillors haven't got questions about the actual motion. Maybe I'll speak to it first and come to questions. Is that right? So I'll speak to it. So, councillors, as you know, we are one of the areas of southeast Queensland that receives the least amount of funding through the state government. Those graphs have been supplied previously. At the same time, so we are picking up the bill. For many, not this term of state government, but for many years, I've been picking up the bill for state government decisions in reference to particularly Southern Moreton Bay Islands and all of our islands. More recently, we've spent $17 million providing public transport infrastructure in the form of ferry terminals, which is one part of the cost. The longer term cost of that is the maintenance and depreciation of those assets, which has to be picked up by ratepayers of our Redlands coast. That's not something we can ignore. And of course, now we have the situation where the unfettered development agreements that happened early in the 70s have allowed the islands to grow to such a point that car parks are required on both sides of the bay to support the people that live there, who, as I said earlier, are some of our most vulnerable. As I've also said, 2013, the state came on board through some strong advocacy to provide TransLink services to that community, which was the only community left in southeast Queensland that didn't have access to well, that's not completely true. Stradbroke still hasn't got that opportunity, but they didn't have access to the same sort of public transport provisions that the rest of the region do, and we're grateful for that opportunity. From about 2015, it became clear that we, in partnership with the state, declared had declared a priority development area, which was all designed to have partnerships with the state to deliver much needed infrastructure in a way that was timely and efficient. We've since discovered that it wasn't timely, and nor has it been efficient, and nor have the state government really stood beside us as partners. Since 2015, I have been raising with the various, and there's been a few, transport ministers in regards to them taking on the responsibility of what is predominantly state government infrastructure for transport. Has never been denied, but it's never been delivered. So we're appointing part of our discussions and negotiations right now, and I think it's incumbent on the state government to treat the people of Southern Moreton Bay Islands just as the rest of southeast Queensland. I'd also like to add that in Parliament in the last number of weeks, there's been a lot of talk about how Council is delivering this project, and I would suggest to anybody that's representative in the state, both now and at the end of 2024, that if they're really keen to see good outcomes, they should do their job and they should get funding from their level of government to provide the responsible infrastructure that traditionally has been that of the state government. And as far as I'm concerned, it's just another Redlands rip-off, and you'll hear about that in the next Mayoral minute as well. We seem to be at the end of the the train line when it comes to where the money flows for relevant infrastructure to support our island communities and the rest of the community who have to pick up the bill. So that's why there's a Mayoral Minute here today, because we're at the process now where we can bring someone on board to help us advocate from a commercial point of view to build something that is significant, that gives part of the foreshore back to our community, but at the same time supports the growth of our islands, which frankly Redland City Council and Redland Shire Council had very, very little control over since the 1970s. So that's the Mayoral Minute today, and I'm happy to have a speaker against. Question? Councillor Boglary.
Thank you. Look, I agree that it is a state government responsibility, but in this Mayoral Minute, in number 3, we're asking them to partner with Redland City Council, so I think we're already giving in to a certain percentage.
We actually already have spent money to get to that point.
But I think we're asking them to pick up the bill. That's what it should be. And then in 5.1, it talks about this includes but is not limited to ongoing subsidisation of parking. Is that by council again? So I feel if I agree with what I thought was the intent of the Mayoral Minute, to ask the state government to do this. It is their responsibility, but the wording in it has now got partner and subsidisation of parking and as council responsibility. That's how I'm reading it.
No.
And I think councillors, the other day we were talking about the parking, and not many people were impressed that if it's going to be that expensive, it has to be subsidised.
We're actually saying that we won't subsidise parking. Or thereabouts. So I might get Chris to speak to that component of
because I'm reading 5.1 as this includes but not limited to ongoing subsidisation of parking, as if we're agreeing to doing it.
No. Chris? Do you want to just clarify that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. So in relation to the first comment around partnering, I guess we would say we need to partner because the car park will ultimately also service the retail function and the other elements of the Wine Creek project. It won't all be for, I guess we would call the park and ride elements. So inevitably there's some form of co-delivery required, which we either can't do or they may not take on all that responsibility. So, but I probably also acknowledge that I think it's inevitable the state government's not going to do it all. And if they are going to do it all, the time frame it will take to do that is longer than perhaps the residents can afford to wait. So there may be an element of needing to partner with them to take on the delivery of the car park jointly together. It may not be required, but I guess...
I'm sorry, it's a bit muffled. Could you speak a bit slower or something?
So I would see us needing to partner because the project has a retail element and also the rest of the Wine Creek priority development area project. So this car park will service both elements as it's being designed now. So it's not all park and ride elements. The state wouldn't deliver all of the facility by itself because it has retail elements and vice versa. So, but I think the second point I was making is I think it's inevitable that the state government won't step in and deliver this as a standalone facility the way they have done at Ipswich City Council or the way they have jointly funded under a separate development arrangement in Ferny Grove via a development partner to then deliver a park and ride facility. So I think it's inevitable the council will need to deliver or participate in some form of delivery. We may not if the state does elect to pick that up, but I suspect the inevitability is that we would need to partner to see the car park delivered.
And we already have invested in car parking facilities as it stands with Moores Road, etc., an extra 500 car parks. So that has to all be, I guess, considered in the big picture of providing the outcome that our community is asking for.
Would that be considered our portion? Or
well, we're not there. We're not there yet. Yeah. This is a work in progress of advocacy that started in 2015, and we are on the eve of not on the eve. We've got a few months to go for a state government election, and I think making sure that this is an important issue for our whole city, who would pick up the bill, those opportunities will be in the mix over the next 10 months.
By supporting this today, how do I know what I'm actually to what financial value type? What impact am I?
What you're asking for is more than what you've currently got. A better outcome than where we currently sit.
I meant what financial impact.
You're not committing to anything financial. You're committing to working through an advocacy process to get funding from another level. In fact, another 2 levels of government potentially. Because but you're not you're not committing to anything other than standing up here together with all of us to fight for a fair go for our residents and stop Redlands being the rip-off centre of southeast Queensland when it comes to how money is delivered to projects and other parts of the region.
And I'm happy to do that, and I've always done that. My concern is just the way it's worded. I wanted to have reassurance that we weren't getting the state government a get-out-of-jail free card by
quite the opposite. I think this is giving them.
All right. Well, I might have misread it then, but I was reading it as
this is giving them a ticket to warn them that we think that they should be investing in their community, which is our community. That's really all that is. Councillor Edwards, have you got a question?
I was just like to say that I welcome this, and I think it's important that we reach position and end outcome where we do have affordable parking for the residents of the Cindy, and it is not a burden on the council itself. And perhaps I don't know whether we need to make the state more aware that whilst these residents are residents of Redlands Council, they are also residents of the state, so that they're responsible also to deliver and assist these people on the islands. But thank you for the Mayoral matter.
That wasn't a question. Councillor Bishop, you have a question?
Thank you. I really appreciate the intent of this to invite the state to assume their role at a really important table for our community in the future, in a critical transport hub that is essential in any future for Wynam Creek. And that is a responsibility with the state government. I just note that the commencement of the PDA process, they were at the table. Walkers were at that table, and we are now at the
Have
point.
You got a question, councillor? I did ask the speakers against.
Okay, well, I'll speak against if I may, understanding that the intent of this is something that I support, but I would like to ask if there is a better way for us to re-engage with the state, who have, as Councillor Edwards has suggested, they have a responsibility to these residents. It is a critical piece of infrastructure. The way forward, we started with a tripartite agreement. We are now the one entity that is looking. Well, it was the state involved initially, Walkers, and council in the initial PDA.
No, council agreement. The agreement was between the state and council. There was an expression of interest or a proposal.
Clarification. At a certain point, there was the consideration for tripartite, but the state
with 3 or 4 other people that actually put forward their interest. That's right.
Yeah, and at the point that we are now, where we are looking at what might be options that are looking to go forward, I'll come back to Councillor Boglari's point regarding 5.1. While we're suggesting that all components shall endeavour to be self-funding operationally to minimise costs, surely any other proponent will be looking to capitalise or offset or manage those costs, and that there will likely be a cost to the Redlands ratepayer in terms of what will be delivered. And I'm not sure that we know exactly what is going to be the outcome. I know the intent is to actually go together to a new place, but I wonder whether it would be better for us to cease this process and go and back and have more meaningful discussions to look at the fundamental requirements of this transport hub, talk with the state, talk with the federal government, talk with the residents who have not been active participants in the PDA under the current process of where the process has gone. And I wonder whether that would be a more inclusive and result in a better outcome. And because we're now entering into a discussion with potentially another entity, and we may be involving them in a very constrained environment. And we don't know that the state will come on board. And I think...
Chris, to clarify some of that, sorry, Chris. Yeah, Are you done? Sorry, you've got more to say.
I'll leave it at that.
Chris, can you perhaps clarify the difference between someone offering to build portions of the Wyndham Creek as opposed to the initial PDA proposal and the time it's taken? Before you do that, councillors, many of you have been on this journey since your existence here in council as a representative of your community, and not one of you have brought forward a motion to suggest that we should do it differently until now that the opportunity to find another way of saving money. Thank you. Well, it's true. Councillor,
excuse me, every budget I've asked for a strategic plan for all of Simbi's concerns for about the last 10 years.
Thank you. I just said I've not...
And I keep getting promised it and it never comes. So don't say we haven't been trying to get better outcomes.
Councillor is speaking over.
Thank you. You are speaking. It is a point of order. Councillor, I said none of you have brought forward a motion to do anything differently. That's how decisions are made in here. Chris, do you want to explain some of the details behind that for the public record?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think if I kind of understood some of the commentary from Councillor Bishop, I think probably what I would say is that Council has been on this journey through the PDA for a long period of time. You know, there's multiple ways that PDA is essentially a planning scheme tool. It's not anything other than that. It's not a development agreement. It's not necessarily a formal development tool. It's just a planning framework. Council could have, as in many other PDA areas, undertaken the development ourselves, and we still would have that ability to do that. If councillors are concerned about this project being delivered by a third party and then what the cost might be to do that, council obviously can deliver that infrastructure ourselves. I believe some of this may predate me, but the decision was not to do that because the capital cost to do so at the moment is perhaps not in council's best interest to spend our community's money to build that facility. We thought we could go out and find a third-party development partner who would be able to use their funds to do that, to allow us to use our funds to deliver other capital elements across the city. But that, again, would be a decision for yourselves. When we deliver it, you can then choose what your costs that you then charge to recover. You know, do you want to cost recover for that, or is it then a community service as we do with other elements around our city, such as our libraries and other things that we do that we obviously cost us, we choose to deliver as a community service. So that'd be a future decision of council. I believe that's all that this is really saying, is at the moment we've stepped in to deliver this because the state hasn't. We've had a lot of communication and advocacy over many years, from 2015 that the Mayor's mentioned, certainly more recently in my times, and the CEO. I know we've been very actively advocating to the state government that we think there's a role here for them in public transport, and they've been very clear in recent communication to us that they see absolutely no role for themselves, and I believe that the specific wording from a recent correspondence was, this is a council issue for you to solve yourself. So I don't believe there is any intent or appetite from the state to step in to provide it, which is why we've been very clear in our advocacy and ongoing work that we think that this absolutely is the state. If you take away a ferry and insert it as a bus just that goes over water, it is absolutely a park and ride function and service that they would otherwise provide for the rest of their communities, particularly Brisbane and Ipswich and Moreton, the way they are providing. There's at last check on the Department of Transport website, there's 17 or 18 park and ride facilities that they either have delivered in the last year or two or intending to deliver in the near future. So they're investing significantly in park and ride facilities across the southeast Queensland. It's just not for the ferry network that they deliver or in our city.
Yeah, and it's in relation to the complexities of that particular community that relies so heavily on it, that when we look forward to the future of the likely costs associated, I'm not convinced that this path is.
Yeah, you've spoken against. I understand there's no opportunity in the standing orders to respond to that. Have we got a speaker for now that we've had a speaker against? Councillor Talty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to support this. Given the information that we have and the history of this and the knowledge that, as has just been stated, that the state is investing heavily in park and rides all across the region, but in this instance expecting our ratepayers to pick up the cost of that, which is a burden that we really can't afford. So the question has to be asked, why does this not deserve the same level of funding from the state as all the other park and rides to do with the TransLink network? And that's the question I would like them to answer, and I believe this is asking them to answer that also. So happy to support. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tolte. Any other speakers against? Questions? Well, we were questions, but then Councillor Bishop decided to speak against it. So any other questions? Okay, so just quickly summing up, as I stated earlier, there's been a lot of talk under parliamentary privilege as to how this has been handled by the state member, and I really do welcome their interest in providing what would be effectively the same privileges as every other South East Queenslander has. But to do that, they need to be at the table with their chequebook and not throwing stones at a council that has simply been trying to pick up what is a really important element of the lives of people on our islands who are some of our most vulnerable, not just in Redlands, but in the state. And I think it's unfair for our ratepayers and to continue to pick up other sorts of pieces of costs that have been shifted down to us. Ferry terminals, we have to do it because otherwise those people will be swimming to their services, to their schools. And not to mention then the ongoing depreciation cost and maintenance cost of those facilities. We have been alive to the issues of Southern Moreton Bay Island communities and our island communities for a long time, and doing that we've put our money where our mouth is, and I ask the state government to do the same. This is an opportunity to have other people advocate with us who may have a commercial interest in making sure that what was delivered down there is world class, providing for the community needs, and also making sure that our island communities can actually grow into something that people value as far as South East Queensland goes in. And having that access that's really important. And so with that, I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Tolte, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Berridge, Councillor Williams. Those against? Councillor Bishop. Oh, sorry, Councillor Edwards is for, pardon me. Councillors are similar but different. My next mayoral minute, if you give me a second, is in regards to another island community and, frankly, another Redlands rip-off. So I'll have that brought up. There it is. You can call it Gumpy or Goompy. It's been known as Goompy. It's changed to Gumpy, but through no explanation to me, but anyway. The motion reads that Council resolves to write to the Minister for State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning to, 1, reaffirm that while Council is supportive of the Goompy Master Plan, the matters which have been consistently raised throughout the drafting process have not been addressed in the final Goompy Master Plan. These key matters are A need for a detailed implementation plan to support the Goompy Master Plan, the need for further investigation and planning for the barge and ferry terminal areas, the need for further investigation and planning around the former mine lease areas and sand loading facilities to confirm site suitability, site remediation requirements and future uses, the need for site investigations, planning work and an infrastructure delivery plan for the 1 Mile community, and the need for adequate state government funding to deliver the Goompy Master Plan. 2, to reaffirm that the Goompy Master Plan is a key commitment of the state government through the North Stradbroke Economic Transition Strategy, which was rebranded Mayoral Futures, which didn't deliver anything different, but same project. The state government must provide a major funding commitment to deliver key elements and assurances that initiatives will be delivered and to support economic transition to the island. 3, seek commitment from the state government to progress previously agreed site investigations, planning and infrastructure planning and delivery work to support the 1 Mile community. Reaffirm Council's commitment, number 4, reaffirm Council's commitment to working in partnership with the Queensland Government and Quandamooka Ulubarabi Aboriginal Corporation, known as KIAC, on delivery of the Goompy Master Plan. 5, seek in commitment from the state government to attend a meeting on Mayoral, North Stradbroke Island, with representatives from key organisations and stakeholders to determine how the Goompy Master Plan and other Mayoral future projects will be progressed into the future. 6, request transparency around the very small amount of $23 million funding commitment reportedly expended by the state government on the North Stradbroke Island Economic Transition Strategy Mayoral Futures program to date. And I think that might be it. So that's the mayoral minute. As you know, we received last Friday surprise letter from the department suggesting that the Goomy master plan had been approved. And as has been our position with the whole ETS process, we have always asked for the government to provide more funding to make sure that our First Nations people live in adequate 21st century conditions, as well as making sure that there is a transition from what was a mining economy that supported that islands for decades to what the state government determined at a point in time for it to be a tourism focused economy. Which impacts once again on everything that council does when it comes to providing facilities, parking, etc., for that type of industry. As in the details of the Mayoral Minute, the background, it'll tell you about the number of submissions, etc., that we have made in regards to trying to attract more funding and adequate support for those people on our islands. And so, probably rather than going through all of that, I will maybe see if there's any speakers against. Ask if there's any questions. Question, Councillor Bishop?
Yeah, the question really relates to point 5, which is seek commitment from the state government to attend a meeting on Minjerra Bar with representatives from key organisations and stakeholders to determine how the Goomy master plan and other Minjerra futures projects will be progressed into the future. Is that an attempt to, and are we asking for community feedback and consultation on that? Because it seems like that's a specific meeting, but I think we really need to make sure that this is something that is supported by the community there. We're expressing our concerns. Is that the intent of this to actually...
The Goomy master plan is done and dusted. So there's not much more you're going to do, in my view, to change that plan. But how they deliver it, which once again, I'll talk about the Redlands rip-off, is that when the letter we received from the Director General, despite us not actually approving the draft of this, because there was no implementation plan, he has written to us suggesting that it's local government's responsibility fundamentally to provide the details of a master plan that A, we're not acknowledged in, and B, we weren't consulted on. So the best way for them to understand the flavour of the community and what they're expecting on that and other things is to explain to them how they won't be picking up the bill for what was fundamentally, if I can be so bold to say, a political stunt in an election period to shut down mining on North Stradbroke Island without a real plan that would support the community into the future. It was something that was a tick and flick and provided, correct me if I'm wrong, CEO, $23 million as we understand it, provided 41 jobs. How many jobs was it that you were told at one point? 40-something jobs. So I think the community on North Stradbroke Island and our Redlands Coast community deserve an explanation as to how they're going to, how they expected to pick up the challenges of another island community that we have on our Redlands Coast.
Yeah, I acknowledge that there are people over there who will want to express their views, and that's what I was just wondering, how deep and wide and far that meeting is intended to go. I think it's important. Absolutely agree with that.
Question, Councillor Mitchell.
I was going to beg a little indulgence to comment. I won't reiterate matters. Will be challenging to frame this question. However, the Stradbroke community, not a week goes past without people commenting to me through the community on not just the Goomy master plan, but all aspects back through the ETS, transition from mining. And unfortunately, the community remains incredibly confused and feels they have not been consulted with enough or brought on that journey, and I absolutely agree with them, and that's the state responsibility. Certainly want to reiterate that every comment that was made regarding the last Mayoral Minute fits with North Stradbroke Island, every aspect of it, including the public transport portions, which admittedly was also part of the ETS to, from and around the island. I want to make specific mention of point 3, the community at 1 mile. That's where this whole journey started of economic transition, and the Goomy master plan is a part of that, so that's the relevance. There are people living in dangerous conditions, dangerous fire and health conditions on country. The other point I just wanted to make was at point 5 and the suggestion to invite the state again onto that island for a meeting. Council actually has a proud history of engagement on the island. All councillors were invited to those meetings. So we had town halls and information meetings in the township of Amity. Everyone could have come to those and helped us inform the community, and the state have been invited to all those. So I believe the state has prime responsibility to come to that island and to lead alongside council and all the other stakeholders, as this says, some ongoing engagement. This is not a theme park that they've engaged on. This is an island of 3 very unique communities, 4 if you include some of the Indigenous communities, and the engagement process has been akin to that of a large theme park. Meanwhile, we have a Goomy master plan, an ETS strategy, 250 hectares of land coming through under a TLPI. We have enormous things. I know I'm diverting away, but the Goomy master plan is one small portion of a huge state responsibility on that island, and they have not done enough. Council has led the way, have been the thought leaders, the engagement leaders, and I wanted to make a special point at that point 5 that I believe is the key piece the state needs to do. What the outcome is, how the hell it all hangs together is important, but the state needs to get over to that island and lead the engagement. So I appreciate the breadth that I've been allowed, Madam Mayor, but the community of Straddie is very keen to see great outcomes, not just in Goomy, but across that whole island. Thanks.
Any other questions? Councillor Tolty?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To my mind, it's difficult to separate the economic transition from sand mining with the responsibilities of the state through their ILUA agreements, because 1 mile is definitely a part of that. And I would like to ask, has the state given council any funding or commitment to funding towards sewer and roads for those communities that will be built out of those ILUA agreements? And if not, do we have any information on why not?
Question? Anyone? I mean, I can try and answer it, but I don't think there's anyone in the room. My understanding is the short answer is no. I do know that through the disaster management process that obviously I chair as chair of the local disaster. Here we go. He's in the room. I've always had great concern about bushfire in our 1 mile community, because obviously they don't have the same level of, it's one road in and one road out, it's sand. And we know that North Stradbroke Island Mayoral is subject to bushfires more than any other part of our community. And so there's been discussions in regards to QFIS being aware of where people live in their caravans or whatever it might be, their shanties, shacks. I do understand that they might have recently put in a button in regards to fire in my discussions, so there can be a warning signal for those people. But other than that, I'm unaware of them providing any contribution to that sort of infrastructure. Dean, David?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And in response to your question, Councillor Talty, so has there been a funding commitment to deliver infrastructure for, I guess, the significant development that's envisioned in the island on those ILUA sites? The answer to that, in short, is no. Council's position has been repeatedly, and this is a position which we reflect in other areas of the city, is that if that development is to be brought online, the expectation of council is that that will be funded by the development proponent. So we have a similar view, I guess, on North Stradbroke Island as we would in places such as Southern Thornlands. And as this is a commitment by the state government to facilitate the transfer of land holdings to the Quandamooka people, the reasonable expectation would be that the state government would be contributing funding towards delivering that infrastructure. We have made on the record representations to the state government saying that we do not believe it would be appropriate for that cost burden to be shifted onto the general ratepayers of the Redland City Council community. So that's our formal position on it. There was, I think, just as we was transitioning into the room, I think there was a question in relation to 1 mile. And yeah, in regard to 1 mile, just echoing or continuing on from the comments made in the Mayor's Mayoral Minute, there was originally a commitment to undertake I guess, or come up with an infrastructure servicing strategy for 1 Mile. A lot of that work hasn't been significantly progressed, and actually a lot of the detail has fallen away in the final master plan. There were further details, as I understand, in the draft version of the Goomy master plan that was advertised. So in the view of officers, we're actually going backwards there. The state appears to have reneged on its commitment to pursue that line of work, and that is why I think it's important that the Mayor raises that point in our submission to the state government. Funding and delivering infrastructure for that particular 1 Mile community, which is quite disadvantaged, is important to ensure that, the infrastructure standards are modernised and brought to an acceptable standard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Can I just add to that? It's just brought back some memories, not all of them good, in regards to how hard we've had to fight to keep awareness on this particular issue over the last 10 or something years. I do recall on the eve of an election getting a letter from a member of the ALP, a senior person that's no longer there, in regards to 1 Mile, suggesting that the delivery of wastewater and water infrastructure is 100% the responsibility of local government. And it took, there was a debate going on at the time with the then Premier Anastasia, public debate, and it took a lot of effort to make sure that that record was corrected, because the ETS and the delivery of infrastructure for 1 Mile is not like any other suburban situation where council does have that responsibility. It hasn't always, but more recently has, to make sure that they understood that delivering that type of infrastructure to a community on a sand island would amount to millions and millions, if not billions of dollars. And once, as I started, another Redlands rip-off, and we would be holding the baby as far as making sure that those people have first world conditions. So it's been, a long time, probably 10 years, maybe 9, of keeping the focus on this, and it's taken a long time for this Goomy master plan to be put in its final form. And it's sort of deja vu that we get a letter without any consultation about the final plan, with expectations for the Goomy master plan to be predominantly funded by local government. And so it's really important for us to make a strong stand and remind people of the history of why we have what we have. And once again, if there are any other questions, and I'll just sum up with that. I think what happens for our city, there's lots of talk out there about how our rates are really high. There's lots of reasons for that. We're a city of islands. Everything to be delivered on our islands comes at a much greater cost than on mainland. At the same time, we're not getting the same level of investment from other levels of government, if any. In some instances, those islands aren't recognised as regional, so we can't apply for grants. And so we keep having to, in order to support our community, our island communities, we keep having to put our hands in our pockets so they don't live in the 17th century and they have all the sorts of infrastructure and support and services that every other part of southeast Queensland have. So, there's lots of things that go to the expenses of our budget, and this is certainly one of them, and which is why I'm asking all of you to stand together to continue to push back to make sure we get our fair level of investment, particularly on decisions that have been political and not in the best interest of our residents. And just remind you, we're a city of islands. That makes us distinctly different and also makes it distinctly more expensive to support the local government operations on islands. So with that, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. In the public gallery, it's been a long entree into public participation. I hope it's provided you with some insights of some of our challenges. So with that, we do have a section for public participation today, and we have people that have applied. So if I may ask Council, in accordance with section 6.10 Council meeting standing orders, a period of 15 minutes may be made available by resolution to permit members of the public to address the local government on matters of public interest relating to the local government. Moved Councillor Bishop, seconded Councillor Tolte, Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's carried unanimously. So with that, we do have 3 people that have applied. Before I ask that first person to attend, which will be, is it Angelique Crowden? Before I do that, I just need to provide you with a drill on how public participation works in chambers. There is some signage around chambers which gives you a bit of an idea of how we participate in meetings as a member of the public. It's our usual practice to require any person wishing to address this meeting to state their name and suburb or the organisation that they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. This information will be recorded in our minutes, which is a public document available for inspection at Council's Administration Building, and it's also published on our Council's website. I'd also like to advise the meeting is being live streamed and that by speaking you acknowledge and agree that this meeting can be seen in the public domain. So the way that the process works is we ask you to state your name and suburb and the subject you wish to speak about. We ask you to stand unless you're unable to do so, act and speak with decorum, be respectful and courteous, make no comments directed at any individual council employee, councillor or member of the public, ensuring that all comments relate to council as a whole. As chairperson, it's my responsibility to consider each application on its merits and consider any relevant matter in making my decision to allow or disallow a person to address the local government. It's also my responsibility to, for any of those members of the public who have approved applications, are able to do so. And once again, for those who are listening, details on how to do that is on our website. I also have the responsibility of determining the maximum number of speakers based on the number of persons wanting to speak and the time available, and each speaker has a maximum of 5 minutes, dependent on the number of speakers. There is one other responsibility I have, and that's that I can withdraw the approval to address council before the time period has elapsed. Importantly, debate or discussion cannot be entered into at this time. So with that, can I ask Angela to come to the microphone and just start by stating your name and address and the subject you wish to talk about.
Yeah, my name's Angela Crowden. I live in Capalaba and I'm here to address MCU 22/0158.
Madam Mayor, could I just ask the microphone be turned up a little, or it's not very loud?
Oh, perfect. Righties. Good morning, councillors. I'm Angela Crowden. I live at 21 Linden Road, Capalaba, the proposed location for the venue development application. There are a lot of things I would like to clear up and bring to light before you all get the chance to vote on this matter today. I think it's important to say that I am aware of a defamatory email obtained by the RTI that an elected council representative of this council has sent to you all, encouraging you all not to attend this meeting because allegedly myself and my family are, quote, aggressive people. This will be followed up with the OIA.
I just need to remind, standing orders require you not to refer to any councillor. I know you haven't mentioned them by name, but perhaps we'll just get to the detail of your application.
Okay. I initiated this concept under the realisation that options for affordable and appealing venues set an affordable price range in the Redlands were limited. This realisation sparked my idea and passion to establish a stunning barn-style venue with lush gardens, eliminating the need for exorbitant decoration expenses. Beyond addressing this local need, my endeavour aims to contribute significantly to the Redlands community by supporting local businesses. Affordability is a cornerstone of my vision, made possible by avoiding steep commercial property rents. My application not only fosters accessibility, but also allows me to craft the desired aesthetics, attracting those who currently seek venues outside of the Redlands. Importantly, my family, including my parents, my 2 young children under the age of 8, continue to reside at the existing house, even during business operations. Safety and noise mitigation remains our utmost priority, especially given our proximity to the venue. I've implemented processes to guarantee safety and responsible drinking, emphasising that this will not be a regular party hire venue. My focus is dedicated to hosting weddings. When I initiated this project, I took the responsible step of consulting with my neighbour to gauge his thoughts, and he assured me of his full support. I possess text messages substantiating this, which will also debunk the notion that my neighbour harbours any fear of me nor my family. Collaborating closely with the town planner and Redland City Council officers, I participated in a pre-lodgement meeting where they indicated their support for this endeavour. To meet requirements, I invested over $30,000 in obtaining all necessary assessments requested by planning officers. Additionally, I completed the mandatory public notice as stipulated under the Planning Act. After public notice took place, a further information inquiry was for a needs assessment to demonstrate the necessity within the Redland City community, along with a few amendments to other assessments. I diligently complied and incurred an additional cost of $6,000 for a professional needs assessment. Despite the positive outcome of the needs assessment, my application faced rejection from the planning officers, a decision initially confusing given the favourable assessment results. Notably, my town planner observed the absence of a peer review, a lapse deemed inadequate by planning solicitors consulted on my behalf. It's essential to highlight that a significant number of function facilities in the Redlands operate unlawfully, a fact not disclosed by council. I want to emphasise my deep respect for the environment and the wildlife in our region. The professional ecologist revealed no concerns as great efforts were made to avoid any impact on habitats. Additionally, I conducted a survey within the Redlands community. We received a total of 114 responses, with 31 community members actually from Capalaba expressing support through affirmative votes. Remarkably, we gathered positive responses from community members residing in various locations throughout the Redlands City Council divisions. This council elected representative painted my family in a negative light, spreading deceptions in the community and defamatory content to members of the community. The impact on my family and myself has been distressing and is likely to have long-lasting consequences.
Oh, I'm sorry, but this has been dealt with through the OIA.
Thank you.
And I'm not going to allow for accusations that have been
Thank you.
Furthermore, I would really hope that we can resolve this DA today.
Yes, we have. And as chair, you have to deal with it.
Thank you. I just remind you not to refer to councillors or any members of the public as set out earlier, if that's okay, Anjali. Thank you.
I'm not good with technology. Furthermore, I really hope that we can resolve this DA application today and come to some sort of agreement, even if it's one with conditions. You've already seen that via all the assessments I've undertaken that I'm willing to work with council to come to a resolution in hopes we can avoid court costs and the taxpayers' dollar in taking this matter to court. My planning and environmental solicitor is very confident this will be easily approved within the courts. Given the information I've provided you with now, I'm hoping you can all look at this with a clear head and without councillor influence. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rachel Croden. Just a reminder, Rachel, just your name, address, subject you wish to talk about, and just quickly running through, please don't refer to any person individually, councillor or otherwise. So just at some point I'll have to probably pull the pin if that happens. Sure.
That can I say about something that had happened on our property, but not mention the councillor's name?
Well, I'm not quite sure the context.
I'm sorry, she is raising a matter that has been dealt with by the OIA.
Councillor, I don't even know what she's referring to at this point in time. I just asked you to be cautious about how
you got a copy of the email that they've all got a copy of. I don't. Got a copy.
Councillor?
Yes, Karen. Sorry, Mayor. Yes, Mayor.
Councillor, I'm not aware of the email. I may have received a copy.
Yes, you did. On the 17th of November, it was sent to
Thank you.
all council.
Well, I may or may not have seen that, so thank you very much. I'm just going to allow the person to...
The CEO also got a copy.
That's right. I've made it clear to the Speaker to make sure that you're not referring to any councillor or individual, community member. Please just deal with the issue that you're trying to provide some insight to a decision today. Thank you.
Perfect. Good morning. Sorry. Good morning, councillors. My name is Rachel Croden, Angel E. Croden's mother, and part owner of 21 Linden Road, Capalaba, in relation to MCU 220158. Please bear with me as I've undergone major brain surgery and still recovering at this time. My words may get a little bit jumbled, and I appreciate your understanding and patience in advance. I've lived in the Redlands for over 25 years. I've raised my family in the Redlands, and now I have the pleasure of watching my grandchildren grow in the Redlands. Our family is very well respected in the community with deep-rooted community relations. When my daughter suggested the idea of creating a wedding venue with Pastique Gardens wooden barn and a dam in the background where couples from all financial backgrounds can accomplish their wedding dreams that they can remember and cherish for the rest of their lives. I could wholeheartedly relate to this. She visited our closest neighbour on the northern boundary and put the proposal to them. They were fully supportive of it, so from there the idea became a project of passion. I'm addressing you today as a concerned mother. I feel that the Redland City Council has let Angel down. From the planning officers to the divisional councillors whose action caused immense stress and anxiety for my family.
Actually, can I forgive me? I think it's been clearly.
I've just crossed out what I was saying. I'm skipping past that. I just have to
Please
catch
do.
up to where I was at.
Yeah.
In the beginning of this process, Angel called council and spoke with them about her business idea. This progressed and she engaged a town planner. Angel provided every assessment that council requested. At the end of the application time, the town planner asked if there were any more information that we could provide that would help them make a final decision. We were told no by the planning officers. We later seen in the report that's come out that they actually did want more information and they did not give us the opportunity to do so. This doesn't sit right with me and it doesn't seem fair. I'd like to address the part of the development application based on the Redlands Economic Development Strategy.
Can I just, forgive me?
Yeah, that's okay, that's fine.
Councillor,
Point of order, if I may.
through the chair.
Through you, Madam Mayor. There seems to be going into some depth with regards to a matter that you have declared a conflict with regards to. I'd just like to ask, is that a matter?
No, it's not, and I've checked that out with.
Okay, thank you. I did not have further previous information. I thought I'd ask the question.
Well, I always make sure that when I go through the agenda that I know where I sit
That's
on these
good,
sorts
but
of
it's my
issues.
responsibility also to ask. So I thought.
Yeah, and as this is not a decision-making process in the part of the agenda, I've checked that out. Thank you.
I can go. Sorry, I just got to find where I was up to. So I'd like to address this part of the development application based on the Redlands Economic Development Strategy. The existing Redlands Economic Development Strategy identifies the tourism sector, more particularly the accommodation and food services sector, as being one of the most important sectors to the local economy and being described in the Economic Development Strategy as being a foundation stone of the local community. This sector also identified as an area that has not been capitalised upon in the same fashion as what has been seen in other southeast Queensland LGAs, where natural amenity has been used to attract tourists and day trippers to travel and to spend money in the local area, including hosting of events and weddings. As stated in the needs assessment by Urban Economics, Managing Director and Senior Research Analysis, approximately 2.9 million contribution to the local community, including flow-on benefits to suppliers and local spending. Urban Economics is of the opinion that there is an overriding planning and community need for the proposed development on the subject site. I feel deeply disappointed for Angel, who has dedicated her family life savings to kickstart her dream business. It's disheartening to witness the challenges she's facing despite her hard work and investment over the past year. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. We have one more speaker, Courtney Maisie Baker. Courtney, just to remind you, your name, suburb, the topic you wish to discuss, and please, if we can keep it away from directly talking about councillors or members of the public, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Or council officers. Yeah.
Good morning, my name is Courtney Maisie Baker. I'm a consultant town planner at Bartley Burns, and today I wish to speak to the agenda item 15.3 regarding the proposed function facility and caretakers accommodation at 21 Linden Road, Capalaba. Obviously our time today is quite limited, but I'd like to highlight a few points. First and foremost, the planning scheme allows a community use, such as a community hall, in this location. And the only difference between this proposed function facility and a typical community hall is ownership, with community halls often owned and operated by councils. Other than that, though, there is no difference, with both accommodating weddings and events for the community in a barn-like building. Tied into this, Council's comments from the agenda that while the proposed function facility is available to the public for hire, it does not provide a community service function, as it does not provide social support services, medical care, or artistic, social, or cultural facilities, services, or the like to the public. I think it's important to note that not all of these things are required in the one development. A community use, as per the definition, could just be a community hall. Beyond this, we wish to reaffirm that in accordance with the findings of the submitted needs analysis, the proposed function facility does serve a community service function, particularly when you consider the number of unlawful function facilities across the city, which I'll discuss in more detail soon. Meanwhile, in regards to Council's comments that it is noted there are no commercial uses along this part of Linden Road or within 1.5 kilometres of the site, a Google search and a quick site visit reveals there are actually multiple commercial uses operating within proximity. As we've all read, there are some outstanding items in the agenda regarding things like landscaping, vegetation clearing, noise, and the needs analysis, but for what it's worth, a number of these matters were not raised during the assessment process. Not to dwell on this point though, a number of the outstanding matters can be resolved by relevant and reasonable conditions, with it important to note that because they can be conditioned, they are not reasons for refusal. Council's comments that the loss of significant vegetation and increased traffic are considered inconsistent with the area, to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense given the applicant has proposed replacement plantings in accordance with the submitted bushfire report, and a suitably qualified person, an RPQ at that, has justified the expected traffic numbers. It's important to note that the ecologists concluded in their report that the development has sought to ensure no significant reduction in the condition of biodiversity or ecological processes in the locality will occur. This has been achieved through positioning the development footprint over the vegetated areas of least importance within the site. The development footprint has successfully avoided the dense patches of vegetation on the eastern edge of the property, which function as potential habitat areas and facilitate fauna movement. Instead, the design footprint has been located over sparse patches of vegetation consisting mainly of open lawn and occasional tree species. In terms of Council's comments regarding the acoustic fence extending the full length of the northern boundary and not being fauna friendly, it needs to be pointed out, as per figure 8 of the acoustic report, that the fence is not required or proposed to extend the full length of this boundary into the valuable ecological area to the east. Regardless, a relevant and reasonable condition requiring fauna-friendly fencing outside of this area could easily be included. In terms of the submitters having concerns around vegetation, wildlife, noise, traffic, stormwater, flooding, on-site sewer disposal and further clearing for bushfire purposes, suitably qualified people like RPQs and QBCC licensees have all prepared thorough reports as part of the application process, which demonstrate an appropriate outcome for the site. To this end, we wish to reaffirm that the proposed development will not unduly detract from the surrounding residential amenity, and in following the recommendations of all of these reports, not only will the proposed development be small scale in terms of built form with a GFA of 250 square metres, it will also be small scale in terms of operational characteristics, noting, for example, that the hours of operation and patron numbers have been dictated by the submitted noise report. Now, circling back to my previous point, it's important to note that there are a number of function facilities in the Redlands which are operating either in conflict with a development approval or without development approval altogether. Some that you've probably heard of include the Sheldon Event Centre, Events by My Horizon, the Wellington Point Farmhouse, Cotton Corner, the Courthouse Restaurant, the Lighthouse Restaurant, and the Carriage Room. There is clearly a need for all of these facilities, but while they operate unlawful, Angel is simply trying to do the right thing and obtaining the necessary approvals. She has done everything that's been asked of her. She's provided every necessary report to ensure the development is carried out in accordance with minimal impact on the surrounding area.
Acting unlawfully.
Please don't ignore the findings of the professionals. And in turn, please don't rob the Redlands community of what I'm sure will be a great, lawful space for them to get together and be just that, a community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm unaware of the unlawful uses, and that might need some clarity for officers down the track. Because as far as I'm aware, they do have lawful permits.
Excuse me, Madam.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. Can I just check something here, please? I counted roughly 6 businesses were stated to be acting unlawfully, and they're businesses that we support through the Chamber of Commerce.
Councillor,
this could be defamation. I'm sorry, but it could be defamation.
Councillor, the instructions were given, and I warned the speakers of their being on public.
You for defamation,
Councillor. No, it's not.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Councillor, have you listened to the prelude to public participation ever? I make it clear to them that it's on public record. It is their responsibility, and they acknowledge it.
Thank you for the question, Madam Mayor. I will answer that one. Thank you. No, you asked me the question, so I'll answer it.
Councillor, I'm going to advise you.
I have been a participant, and you have actually stopped me talking. Defamation is very important.
Councillor, I'm going to warn you.
The farm is acting illegally.
Councillor,
inappropriate meeting conduct.
We need to apologise.
This is unsuitable meeting conduct, and I am going to advise you of that and ask you now to cease that conduct. And I ask you probably to better understand the standing orders, as I've said before. So with that, I won't be proceeding. The people who participated were advised of how they have to proceed, and they understand it's on the public record. It's a risk that they take. Thank you. On that point, we now need a motion to close public participation. Moved by Councillor.
Sorry, I thought you said there was some in the gallery that hadn't booked in. You were going to do them first and then the others. There weren't others. Oh, okay. I thought there were other speakers.
No. We only had the 3 that had applied. Moved Councillor Mackenzie, seconded Councillor Mitchell. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Now, Councillor Edwards, you have a petition to be presented, which I believe that Councillor Tolte will do on your behalf in your absence.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On behalf of Councillor Edwards, who is dialing in, the community, we have a petition being presented by residents stating the community and residents totally oppose the council's decision to remove the existing timber tables and chairs from Carragara Island Beach Pavilion. The petition is, do you want a seconder before I read the petition?
Move Councillor Tolte, seconded Councillor Boglari.
The petition is of an operational nature and should be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration. That's my moving it. Thank you.
Yeah. And it's already been seconded, so no further discussion required.
No.
Put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? It's carried unanimously. Councillor Mitchell. Pardon? Okay. I'll just double check. Everyone, those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. Those against, it's carried, and Councillor Mitchell is absent. The next one is the petition from Councillor Bishop.
Yes, thank you. This is a petition from residents regarding the proposed development at 200 to 206 Thornside Road, Thornside. The proposed unit development at 200 to 206 Thornside Road, Thornside, should not be approved due to the following reasons 1 to 4 as listed below. Reasoning 1 to 3 are derived from the Redlands Planning Scheme and Healthy Waterways Code. 1. The bulk, density, streetscape and noise of the units does not consider and is not consistent with the existing surrounding developments. 2. On-site parking is inadequate. Thornside roadway will be significantly affected by traffic volume and unit owner parking. 3. Environmental values have not been protected and enhanced. Stormwater and surface water discharge is one example of non-compliance. 4. The developer's justification for the units is based on one so-called experts that accept no liability for the design parameters or conclusions. So I move that the petition is of an operational nature and to be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration. Further to that, I would note that this development application, which was code accessible and is therefore a statutory requirement to make a decision on the application within a decision time frame, the decision due date was the 6th of December, which is subsequent to the petition being submitted, and the decision was made under delegated authority on the 4th of December 2023. But I do believe that, given that it's an operational nature, it will be referred to and responded by the CEO.
So moved. Seconded by Councillor Baglari. Those in favour? Those
Aye.
against? That's carried unanimously. Is there any motion to alter the order of business? There being none, I'll move on to reports. First one being 13.1, the November monthly financial reports. Can I have a mover and seconder, thanks? Mover and seconder, thanks. Councillor Mitchell. Merry Christmas. Seconded by Councillor Talty. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Mitchell?
No, Madam Mayor, I think it's all fairly clear in the report. I think there's traditionally been a request for the CFO to highlight any matters that she feels important, but I'm quite comfortable with what's in the report.
Any speaker against?
Yeah,
Deb,
I like Deb to present.
Deb, councillors are requesting you to give a quick summary of the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you as Chair. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity. This brings the halfway point, period 5 point, so the end of November, that we're looking at the half-year point. So we've had 5 months of the 23-24 financial year. You'll note in the report that all of the department set measures of sustainability have been met or exceeded. So these are independent measures that Council inherited, and it's performing very well against them. You'll note that it was discussed last time about the fixed term deposit of $50 million. So that is why the cash and cash equivalents are under budget, but don't discount the $50 million that we put into a fixed term deposit. The other point to note is that rates were paid, due for payment in November. We levied in October, due for payment in November, so that's why cash balances are high, and then we run that out through the end of the quarter. And the other point is credit to the organisation through the CEO's leadership on delivering the capital work. So we can see that at the end of November, 5 months into the year, we've delivered $47.8 million against the budget of 41. So with the continuing challenges, with the continuous availability of contractors, consultants, inventory, raw materials, we have an organisation that is absolutely prioritising the work that it can do and has delivered over budget at the end of November. Thanks, Madam Mayor. Have a pause and take any questions or comments.
Is everyone satisfied with that really outstanding summary of great set of financials? I'll put the motion then, councillors. Those in favour? Those against?
Aye.
That's carried unanimously, and Councillor McKenzie is absent from the room. 13.2 is the mid-year financial health check, our first budget review. Mover and seconder. Move Councillor Talty, seconded Councillor Mitchell. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Talty?
Yes, I'd just like to ask the Executive Officer to, Chief Financial Officer, to give a rundown of it, if I may, Madam Mayor. Happy to move it. And if she could also explain any savings and advancements that have been found in the budget review. Thank you.
Over to you, CFO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you as Chair, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for the opportunity to highlight both documents that come under this report. So the main one really is the budget review, and we deem it the first budget review because we're planning to hold another one later in the budget year or the financial year. This is a really good news story from our CEO and the executive leadership team, because what the organisation has done is it's reviewed its performance to the original budget that you gave us in June, and it has looked to improve the operating position. So what that means is we have decreased the operating deficit, and that really is a good news story for this organisation under what continues to be challenging times, as I mentioned at the previous agenda item. You'll note from the report that there is no additional request for capital expenditure, and that's the position where the organisation has taken the $136 million that you resolved to appoint it back in June, and really is working diligently to deliver against that. Should we need more budget later in the year, we'll come back to you. And councillors might recall at the workshop on the 28th of November, we talked through some of the reprioritisation. So you have the detail behind that movement, and we're really trying to bring forward capital works that we have the availability, we have the procurement outcome for, and of course continue to push those that we haven't. The capital carryover that you resolved in August is included in those numbers, and we continue to deliver against that. Noteworthy points are, you'll notice from the monthly financials that fee revenue has tracked ahead of budget throughout the year. That's mainly due to what's in our fee schedule and its sort of development plumbing fees in that assessment area. And the other point that you're probably all aware of is the investment revenue is higher than budgeted, due in the main to two reasons. One is we note that the RBA increased the overnight cash rate, so that's at the highest levels that we've seen for a long time, 4.35%, but also due to high cash balances at the end of last year. So high cash balances, we're holding infrastructure charges to do the right project at the right time, as we've discussed previously. So it really is, from an officer perspective, a good news story. We have found savings in efficiencies, so where money can be reallocated, and that's demonstrated through increasing the revenue and not asking for more money at this stage. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Have to pause and take questions or comments.
Thank you. Speaker against? Questions? No questions? Councillor Paglari.
Oh, just the changes in some of the capital works program, that remains confidential, or does that the attack, what we were talking about this morning, does that remain confidential, does it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you as Chair. Thank you, Councillor Boglari. It's not so much confidential, it's more that things are changing on a daily basis and a weekly basis, and certainly the infrastructure and operations hold monthly strategic priority meetings. So what we know is of certainty when we have tenders, they're published on the website if they are in excess of the threshold. And of course, we'll do media releases for things that we know. But certainly in terms of reprioritising the programme, that's what local governments do on a daily basis. So
no, I just meant the ones that are, specific to this budget review.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Sorry. So the detail that you got on the 28th of November has probably progressed already. So things are moving daily and weekly. We're holding procurement, as you know, tenders processes all the time. So if we award a contract, we'll progress with that work and we'll keep you updated on a monthly basis. But if there's something specific, I'm happy to talk to it. But everything is progressing in line with what we brought to you at the capital carryover in August, and then what's in the pack that we workshopped on the 28th. So, yeah.
I just wanted to mention one that the officers have done a good job on, but I obviously can't at this stage.
No, I'm sure if you want to talk to something that we're happy to be congratulated on our delivery. So no problem, Councillor Boglari. Yeah, through you, Madam Chair.
I just wanted to, finally, the landslip at Wellington Point has been stabilised, and there's still a bit of work there to do, but it's a very neat and tidy job, and I just wanted to thank the officers for their work so far on that. That was all. And it's mentioned in here under confidential, so I just wanted to check before I did that.
But through you, Madam Mayor, it's also, thank you, Councillor Boglari, for bringing that to the public's attention. It's also mentioned in the November monthly report, so we've very proudly put an update on that, so that category isn't confidential yet.
Thank you. Any other questions? Can I just ask CFO, have any other suggestions been brought forward for cost savings from councillors in the room to your knowledge?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you as Chair, we have had 2 financial strategy workshops where I've invited all of you, as you know, to bring forward. If there's something that way you feel we can make savings or efficiencies, don't hesitate to either bring it to my attention, the CEO's attention, or any other elected member. But I can reassure you that behind the scenes, back at our desks, us and our teams are constantly working towards finding efficiency and savings. That's part of the local government act. We have to continuously improve. So we're doing that on a daily basis, whether we're asked to or not.
And can I also just then pay credit to the Expenditure Review Committee, which I believe now will be a process in place that consistently goes line by line through forecasts to make sure that we're delivering as best as possible for our community. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, that will now include our Chief Procurement Officer.
And that's right.
So not just Finance Officer.
Which also finds us savings.
Yeah.
Yes. You have another question?
I was just going to say one cost saving could be that councillors remember that you're only supposed to photocopy 50 on our photocopier, not hundreds. Otherwise, it has to go through the print press, and let's abide by that. Would also be a cost saving.
Yeah, well, let's not open up the Pandora's box on that one, because, well, yeah, we'll talk about that in another agenda item maybe. With that, I'll put the motion. Sorry, to sum up, Councillor Tulty.
No, that's fine, thank you.
I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Aye. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to the next item, which is the amendment to the concealed leaks policy, moved by Councillor Tulty, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Councillor Tulty, do you need to talk to that item?
Oh, only very briefly, Madam Mayor. We have a concealed leaks policy, and as the councillor who represents the bulk of the rural area, this is particularly important to residents who are on large blocks but on town water, because it's a frequent problem that they may have an underground leak, and that can really get into high amounts of money. So I'm very pleased that we have a policy that helps them, and wholeheartedly recommend it.
So just to be clear on this, it's really the state government that made a faux pas. And as you know, I might get Deb to talk to it in detail, just to be really clear that we already have this policy. We reflected what we were told by the state government, which has since changed. So Deb, do you want to just clarify that for the public record?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So back in August, early August, councillors may recall that the state government announced it would indeed offer a remission through local governments and other water retail distributors back to communities for concealed leaks. So prior to that, council had been advocating for many years, but it had a policy position to provide a remission on concealed leaks for our portion, or the retail portion, but we couldn't extend to the bulk water portion. So it was great to hear back in August that the state government had announced that, and it made a commitment to work with the retail distributors through the coming months on implementing a process. We have a great team across the road, headed up by Helene Lottering, who is working with the department to implement the process. And what we have done is hold off on those processing those concealed leak applications until we've got definitive position of the state government and what it will remit. We thought we had that, so we started processing, but there has been a slight change in terms of eligibility. And just to emphasise, councillors, the eligibility for the bulk water remission is set by the state government. So we've clarified that in recent weeks. The applications that we've processed to date will not be penalised. Council will make up that shortfall, and we've clarified with the department exactly what it is willing to meet in terms of its eligibility. So moving forward, it should be very clear. But yes, there was a period of time where we had something in writing to say we could assume that certain applications will get a remission. It's fallen short of that, but we're now back on track and looking forward to processing those remission applications and giving those monies back for concealed leaks to the ratepayers of Redland City.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Any other questions? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Next item is our operational plan quarterly report. Moved Councillor Mackenzie, seconded Councillor Mitchell. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Mackenzie?
Yes, please. I always like talking to the operational plan. The Local Government Act requires Council to adopt an operational plan which sets out how Council intends to action our future Redlands corporate plan to 2026 and beyond. The operational plan outlines the activities in the 2023-24 year to deliver the projects and initiatives that reflect the 7 themes of the corporate plan. Additionally, the operational plan has been amended to assign the major projects team lead on several projects. Each operational activity is assigned to a department within Council. For example, community engagement is responsibility of our Communication, Engagement and Tourism Department. Implementing Council's library services strategic plan is managed by our Customer and Cultural Services team. The amendment to the operational plan has assigned the major projects team 4 catalyst projects and 1 key initiative, those being Redlands Coast Sport and Rec Precinct, Birkdale Community Precinct including Willard's Farm, Cleveland Admin Building, Redlands Coast Adventure Sports Precinct, and our transformation toward asset management best practice. Just to highlight some of the activities reported on in the operational plan, Deliver innovative communications to inform the community about council programs, initiatives and events. From July to September, council enhanced digital media and video usage across major social media platforms with great success. Impressions increased by 142%. The Redlands Coast Today website had a 143% increase in users, and click-throughs from Google search showed an increase of a whopping 540%. Building and maintaining and enhancing relationships with state and federal government officials continued through proactive advocacy and networking opportunities. The Civic Support Fund was endorsed and now open for applications. Council delivered a family fun day on Russell Island to support human and social recovery after the house fires in August. This activity was well attended with over 50 young people present, and 35 food hampers provided by the YMCA were donated to families on the island. Works have commenced on the restoration of Willard's Farm. Fire risk management activities included proactive vegetation management, post-burn weed management, whole block weed reduction and community engagement events. Council proactively sampled 13 designated recreational swimming areas across Redlands Coast to ensure safe water quality for public health. All 32 samples at the 13 sites were within acceptable biological health for swimming. Council has participated in the waste working groups of Council of Mayors South East Queensland, including providing input to ComSec's updated roadmap for waste management. In September, DTMR announced that the Moreton Bay Cycleway Ormiston Link options analysis will receive a local government cycle grant to cover 50% of the cost of conducting the analysis. And this is a testament of our teams proactively building relationships with the state government to deliver positive outcomes for our residents. Works are approaching the halfway mark on the Panorama Drive Wellington Street upgrade. Road users are now using over 1 kilometre of new roadway, and 1.2 kilometres of dedicated shared pedestrian cycleway have been completed. Works have been progressing on the One Creek PDA. The Hamilton Street extension continued to progress, and works commenced on the new boat ramp, including demolition of the old marina berth within the One Creek PDA, and the tender for a development partner has commenced. Redlands Investment Corp has progressed the Capalaba Town Centre revitalisation project. The road closure offer was received from the state government. Redlands Investment Corp provided regular project updates at steering committees for this. And Council continues to review Council's Cleveland accommodation. Council progressed a lease opportunity for the Marta building at 46 Middle Street, Cleveland, with the specific use of the building to be finalised. However, the intent is to use the top floor to create more physical space for our employees, while the ground floor will be a public space where Council can showcase visitor information, major plans, projects and updates as they occur. And on behalf of all councillors, I'm sure I can say that we are very grateful to our council officers for all the work that they do for our organisation and community.
Thank you, Councillor Kenzie. That was very thorough. Speaker against? Speaker against? Councillor Bishop.
Yeah, look, I'm generally overwhelmingly in support of the majority of very good works that are proposed in the operational plan. The question and the concern that I have is really in relation to the administrative change to the designation of major projects for particularly the Birkdale. It refers to on page 72 of the report, 13 of the attachment, provide construction access to the Birkdale Community Precinct site. And then on page 103, 44 of the attachment, to hand over the construction site for the development of the Redlands Whitewater Centre. While this seems like it's a small administrative change to ensure the major project gets delivered, my question is at what cost? It's the consequence of what this administrative change means to me that's the focus and the focus of the site that concerns me. In terms of the Birkdale Community Precinct, a major project priority focus risks us losing sight of the broader community's desire for us to protect and preserve the inherent ecosystem, heritage and environmental elements that this site affords and which are all interconnected. Already it appears that gaining access to the site may risk some of those important values. There are constraints and there are pressures associated with it being a major project. It's possible that some of the EPBC matters of significance and other overlays, such as the rural landscape and regional production zones that do currently protect the site in line with the community's expectations, may be impacted as this major project proceeds as the priority. The bulk of the community in Birkdale and Thornside have engaged with me and have adamantly requested that we keep our focus on protecting the unique values of the site. And while this seemingly small administrative adjustment it just takes us one more step away from where I believe the community want us to be, which is to making the preservation of the site the major priority. And it makes a contentious major infrastructure project the highest priority, and we still don't yet have a clear idea about the cost or what elements will be delivered in the master plan and when. So as a result of that, I will be voting against the motion.
Sure, Councillor. I will get some of that. I might get the CEO to respond to the change in administrative change because it's absolutely nothing to do with the actual project as you've articulated. But maybe if I get CEO to just talk about that, it's been something that's been in process. It's just been allocated to a particular part of the organisation to be responsible for. CEO?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. It's purely administrative. It has no bearing on the outcome of the operational plan which has been endorsed by Council. We have a relatively young department called AMPT. We now have a group manager in there. Most of the activities in the operational plan are assigned to a third level group manager. That's all this is doing.
Speaker four first. I'm going through the standing orders. Any speakers? Question, Councillor Bishop.
Yeah, just in terms of a major project, when there are other zones and other matters of significance on a site, does not a major project take the highest precedent in terms of priority for delivery, and some of those other considerations may be reduced in terms of their significance?
No, and you're not debating the item in front of us right now. We're talking about an operational plan and an administrative change, but no, the answer is no. Councillor Mitchell, you have a
Yes, it's probably true to the CEO. I mean, in the operational plan, I mean, the lines of reporting and the appropriate general managers or others that are ultimately responsible is really important. And the question is not just on Birkdale, but any item across the operational plan, how the organisation determines who's the most appropriate area so that all those factors are taken into proper consideration, whatever the project or matter.
Well, I mean, the definition of the term major projects group is a definitional term for a position. We do a lot of major projects which aren't delivered by a major projects group. So, we have a triaging process internally about what, and part of it's about balancing workload as well, about what constitutes a major project for this major projects group. But Nicole Davis has many major projects. In fact, probably our biggest major project right now is Wellington Panorama, and that's not being managed by the major projects group, but that is indeed a major project being managed by Infrastructure and Operations Department.
question, Councillor Boglary.
Thank you. On page, 38 of 56 or 97 or 116, whichever one, take your pick. There's a few down the bottom of it. We've got progress the major amendment environmental significance overlay with a blue dot, which means it was completed. However, even after going out to community consultation and the majority of residents that would have been impacted were in favour of it, majority of councillors actually cancelled this project. So I'm thinking that should be a grey dot.
So your question?
Dot. Shouldn't that be a grey dot then, not a blue dot, because it wasn't completed, it was actually cancelled?
Well, that means it's completed.
Well, there's a grey dot for cancelled, so I think it should have a grey dot because the environmental significance one certainly wasn't completed.
Thank you. I'll move on. That wasn't really a question. That was probably...
Yeah, it is. It's a question because it wasn't completed.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving on. Is there any other questions?
38 to 56.
It's just a process for acknowledging what's been done and completed in our operational plan.
Louise, can you...
So, Madam Mayor, I would confirm that the officers did the work that councillors requested. Councillors made the decision. So, from an officer perspective, in the operational plan, the work that we've been asked to do has been completed.
Thank you. Any other questions?
My other question was on page, let's go for 122. CP 6.7.1, progress the development of the Redlands Coast Olympic Standard Kayak. I was wondering, with all the debacle that's going on at the moment with the Olympic facility, should we actually pause that for the time being until we had something in writing from the state government actually about the costs that this will be to both
we're not pausing. We're not pausing
council.
anything because it's in the hands of the state government and they're delivering it with the federal government. So
The costs to council aren't known yet.
Councillor, you have
ongoing
all been
costs.
briefed on the costs.
We haven't got the costs. We
Yes, you
have
have.
not got dollar figures in front of us.
Thank you,
know.
Councillor. I see you trying to use the operational plan as an opportunity to make a point, but I'll get the officer to respond. We are not in a position.
Having it come here so we could have a discussion.
Well, Councillor, you know how you do that? Bring a motion to council and see how you go, because that's how you.
Okay, that's two I've got to bring next time.
Yeah,
now.
thank you, Chris. Would you like to respond to that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor, I think as we briefed you both in chambers and in workshops, the process is underway as a project validation process, which has been run by the state government through their Olympic team. That process is still ongoing. That's not a process that council is in charge of. Until that process is concluded, we'll continue to be an active participant in that process. But that is being run by the state government, and that will be the final determination. That includes your business case, that includes your final investment decisions by Queensland and federal government to deliver the venue. And until that process is concluded, we can't determine whether the project will or won't proceed, or indeed what council's costs will or won't be. So we believe it's appropriate to leave it there because that work is still ongoing, and that project team has not stopped doing any work at all.
Thank you. Next question.
Oh, my concern.
Next question, Councillor. You've been given a response.
Actually, that was the beginning of a question.
Oh, well, what's the rest of your question? Because I think.
Thank you for letting me continue.
No, Councillor, it's a question, and I can see that you're trying to push the issue. So please make it a question.
My concern then, Chris, is if we continue with the enabling infrastructure and progressing it, if it comes back at the stage when the state government does say this is the cost and we decide that's too big an impost, what do we do then? That was my question.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Madam Mayor. Again, I'm pretty sure we've responded multiple times. The enabling works that we're delivering now is to open up the parkland. Now, ultimately, whether there is a whitewater venue in that, or whether we ultimately replace that whitewater venue with another element to service our community, there is no works that we are currently proposing to do, either have done or will continue to do, that would then be superseded or not required as a result should the state change their mind. We're looking to deliver road access to the site, which will be required whether it's a park or a park and Olympic facility. We're bringing services in, access points to the site, none of which would be redundant. I guess the language that we often use is it's investment that we're very confident to do because it will be required for the ultimate parkland, whatever its form. There is nothing in there that's specifically related to the Olympic venue, nor would we start delivering any of that. And I think the report that we brought to this council in the September meeting, which one of the outcomes which was for the CEO to execute a future MOU with the Olympic organisation, actually talks about the co-delivery of that infrastructure, and that MOU hasn't progressed, nor will it progress until such a time as the PVR process concluded and we can very clearly articulate what infrastructure is required to deliver that venue, if any at all, by us.
Any other questions, councillors?
I just wanted to say thank you, Chris. And it's only for noting today anyway.
Well, it's actually an operational plan which is far greater than the topic that you've picked on, but yes, thank you. Moving on to any other questions? Summing up, councillors. Councillor Mackenzie?
No, thank you.
I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against?
Aye.
Those in favour, Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Berridge, Williams. Those against, Councillor Bishop. Next item 13.5 is a review policy on the provision of legal assistance for councillors and employees. Moved Councillor Mitchell, seconded Councillor Mackenzie. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Mitchell?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. The policy change before us is pretty clear. It's simple and it's appropriate. At its core, it's really just asking any person who might be wishing to access the insurance to notify the CEO as the head of the council administration prior to making any claim and therefore using community funds in that process. it's a pretty sensible change. It's going to just help good governance, certainly helps accountability, certainly helps transparency for the organisation. Just from a budgeting perspective, you don't want to be surprised from left field with any new bills. That seems unfair and certainly not transparent. And in a public accountability sense, we want to avoid any perception of access to community money that isn't really clear, open and upfront, whatever the subject matter that we may be talking about, by employees of council or by councillors in any situation. So ultimately, it really is a pretty simple policy change here. It improves the policy records, better reporting, financial management, and as we said, transparency and accountability, which is really important to all of us in this room and our community. The excess in any insurance claim can be up to $15,000, so that's no small amount of money. Any community group would be happy to that, and they certainly fill a few potholes. So we want to make sure that, particularly in these tough economic times, that we're really looking after ratepayers' money. We do that at any time, but last few years, certainly it's on everyone's mind a little bit more. Importantly, it was really important to councillors that there's no loss of service, no loss of access to anyone in this. It really is just that administrative side. So all the rights are preserved and it really is just to improve good governance and good transparency. So could speak on, but unless there are other questions from councillors, pretty straightforward, I think.
Speaker against? Councillor Berridge is speaking against it.
Thank you. I may vote for this, but I am currently going to speak against it. We need to be very mindful that the democratic process should not be circumvented when motions, when we bring motions concerning personal rights. And this is one of personal rights because it regards claims to defend against complaints against councillors for their conduct filed with the Office of the Independent Assessor. You right? Sorry. You're right. Now, there's 3 items here. A couple of them Councillor Mitchell has spoken to, but I'm just got to get some clarity in my head. So I may be voting for this. So that the first one is mandatory notice to the CEO. Which I don't have a problem with, but I would have thought that if we're going through an insurance company, they would also have a duty to disclose this as well. Sorry, what's up?
No, I'm agreeing with that point.
Oh,
sorry, right. I'm agreeing with that point.
I thought I was off track. Okay, I will keep going. So it's also an attachment there that the policy introduces a new section that highlights that the insurance claim applicant from a non-insurance legal assistant application process. My understanding, having used the insurance, is that all legal has to be on the panel, all legal assistance. So I don't understand why that one is there. And that public funds are used to pay for the insurance. And as Councillor Mitchell noted, that we have to look after the ratepayers' money through tough economic times. But this comes under the expenses reimbursement and provision of facilities for councillors policy, and that includes public liability, professional indemnity, personal accident, travel insurance, domestic and international insurance cover. So I don't understand why we have that one there. And then thirdly, the reporting. We reported this on the 11th of October for the first time, and it was in the general meeting under expenses reimbursed to councillors. And there was a councillor there received 99% of her costs were for this. So I don't know why we're now adding it to be reporting when we reported it in October. So the only thing I can think here is that it will not be acknowledged as an expense, reimbursed, but instead we're going to report it as a separate line item in the annual report. So that is something that I would like clarified. And if we want to look to ratepayers' money through tough economic times, they'll probably save themselves 60 grand if councillors stop making complaints against each other. Thank you.
I'm going to have, General Counsel just respond to those questions, and despite that you spoke against it, but I can probably reflect on the most recent scenario where Council only found out about a judicial review by looking at the court listings. The insurers did not advise Council, nor did the councillor. So it makes it very hard for someone, for our CFO and the organisation to budget for those sorts of things. So that's probably why that's referred to. I think it's a lesson that we've learnt. And also the solicitor that was engaged with the judicial review wasn't even on that panel before we were advised. So we don't have control over how the insurers operate, but I think what this policy tries to do is to make it transparent and have the organisation understand what might come and how they should deal with it. So I'll just get Andrew to probably talk it in more technical terms, but that's my understanding and the discussion we've had here is why we wanted to create that transparency, not only for our community, not only for councillors, but also for employees.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. Yes, that was the correct summary. This is council, business insurance. If councillors or staff are seeking to claim on that, we believe it's good business practice. They inform the business through the CEO's office. So business insurance, business claim, we believe the councillors and staff should inform the council through the CEO's office. We believe that is consistent with what Councillor Mitchell referred to as transparency. Also, statutory responsibilities under the Public Records Act. We also believe it's consistent, as I said before, with good business sense and with most other councils that I can see in terms of notification. In terms of relying on the insurer to notify us, there was an example which they didn't do that in time, which Madam Mayor referred to. That was a judicial Supreme Court action. It's not uncommon, likewise, when you go through an insurer, there is a lag before them notifying us. Now, we report on insurance risks, insurance costs, insurance claims on a monthly basis as a business. And we have a statutory responsibility, as Councillor Berridge referred to report that in the annual report as well when it relates to councillors. That's probably the fair summary. Can I add 3 points what it doesn't do? And you can see that at page 183 of a report, then again in the amendments in 188. What it doesn't do is it doesn't stop councillors or staff contacting the insurer for information. It doesn't stop them contacting the LGAQ member services or seeking their own support services. It absolutely does not stop that. It doesn't stop if councillor or staff, because it applies to both, if they're incapacitated in any way that they can't notify council. There might be an accident, they might be incapacitated, so their representatives can contact council. Lastly, you can see in the report quite strongly it does not stop the independence of the insurer to assess and manage the claim. What it does do is improve the transparency and the accountability. There's been a couple of examples this year, and that's why we've made this change, which we workshopped it through the councillors, and we believe the recommendation and the report makes good sense.
Speaker 4, Councillor Talty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is fairly minor administrative change, and each time a councillor accesses that insurance, the excess is $15,000. So that's a significant sum across the possibility of 11 councillors across a 4-year term, and the organisation has to manage budgets. So it's a completely fair, reasonable and open thing that the organisation just be notified that they may need to have that funds available. I might also add, since I've been in council, going back over time, we were always told that if we went through the insurer and we could use the $15,000 excess, but if we lost a matter, we would have to pay that back. It has now become apparent that that hasn't happened in the most recent case, where nearly $30,000 was expended on excesses. The matter was lost in the Supreme Court, I believe. My expectation, as per the advice I've always received in the last 10 years, is that that money would be due to be paid back, but it wasn't. So that means that it was an expense occurred by the organisation and by the ratepayers, and it's fair and open and reasonable that the organisation have an opportunity to budget that and not be sort of hit with it post-haste. So I'm speaking in support. Thank you.
I might just get that clarified, because that was always my understanding as well, and I believe the insurers actually make that call, but I might just get Andrew to clarify that, because that was absolutely always my understanding, and it also then makes you think twice about whether you're going to risk counsel your own money to defend yourself on it, which is normally just a typical behavioural issue. It's never criminal. Well, I don't believe we've ever had that, but Andrew, could you just clarify that for me, because that was a surprise to me as well.
Correct. So the insurer, as we said before, this doesn't change the independence of the insurer to assess the claim, manage the claim, and consider whether there is any disentitling conduct to recover costs against the claim. That's not a decision for council, and the current report does not change that position.
So, speaker against? Well, I'll come to questions. I'll just make sure there's no other speakers against. Speaker against, Councillor Bishop.
Yeah, similar to Councillor Berridge, I'll frame it as speaker against, just so we can do the standing orders. But I'm generally absolutely in support, and I have been in constant consultation with officers about a couple of specific matters.
Speaking for or against?
Speaking against with this grey area that I'd just like to clarify, that has been touched on. Thank you, General Consul. It's to do with the fact that councillors are, yes, employees of Redland City Council, but we are not under the same hierarchical command and control environment of the executive officers. We are in a political environment that is quite a different arena, and I just want to acknowledge that if everyone's feeling safe and comfortable with that environment, and if there's mutual trust and respect, it's unlikely that these sorts of interactions will escalate to the point where we're having these sorts of things. And I think Councillor Berridge's point there is important as well.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Point of order,
Councillor Bishop's not really speaking to the motion. He's speaking to a tiny subset. It's an administrative change. It's not about how individuals or employees are treated.
Well, Councillor, can you speak to the item, please?
I believe I am. I'm specifically framing the fact that councillors sit in a unique space. When everything's safe, it's all fine.
This is not just about councillors, this is also about employees. So just to be really clear, I know we all feel very connected to that element of it, but it's also about employees, of which we have quite a number.
And that's not the bit I'm speaking about. So
well,
I've been interrupted.
That is the item.
Now being debated. I'm trying to make my point.
Councillor, I'm not debating you. I'm just bringing you back to a point of order that you need to speak to the item.
That's exactly what I'm doing. And I'd like to clarify that I believe that there should be an administrative process where any panel lawyer who is approved or insurer who is given the right to be insured by council, there should be an administrative process that actually automatically triggers and is part of that condition, that if a claim is lodged, then updates need to be given through that administrative process.
I'm confused. You're talking against it. That's what this is.
Yeah. No, if you look at point 1, which is the mandatory notice from, if we go to, where is it in the actual, it's on the, an employee or councillor, the claimant who requires assistance, not the lawyer, not the person on the panel, that's what I'm speaking about, the difference there. With the person, the claimant who seeks assistance with the costs with a legal representative from council must first notify the CEO. That's the individual. That's what I'm talking about. Specifically, the individual has a responsibility to notify the CEO. Now, under certain circumstances, there may be reasons why they wish to have an element of detachment from that notification, which is why I'm suggesting that an administrative process would actually account for the requirement for doing all of the things that this is looking to do. And I think I support that absolutely. I've spoken with the General Counsel. I'd just like to have on the public record the right that if someone was in a situation where they felt as though there was an issue and they didn't feel as though they could, for trust or potential issues, not divulge to the CEO, could they entrust an entity or a person to make that notification on their behalf?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm seeking that clarification.
Councillor Bishop, absolutely. It's part of my introduction. It does not stop a claimant or their representative notifying council. There could be some circumstances where they're physically incapacitated, which is why you rely on insurance. So we would take that notice as a councillor or staff member representative.
And would there be an understanding, and this is to that point of the administrative process, would there be an understanding that any insurer or any insured legal entity would also have the responsibility, as being part of that panel, that they had to notify? That's the real issue, I think. Administratively, that's the one that's important.
Well, that's demonstrated that that's not been the case.
But I don't think that
our policies can't guide other external organisations. It can only guide ours, and that's what this is about today.
And that's why, on point of principle, leaving it to the person who may be in a situation where they cannot do that, I think there should be some other process, and I'm wondering if there is a parallel process.
That's already been answered, and it can happen through their representative. Yeah. That's been answered.
But is that mandatory and part of their selection in the panel process that they do need to give that update?
We don't set the panel. I come back to a policy. This council can only direct the officers and the people in this organisation.
Not terms of acceptance on that panel, though, can't we?
We don't set the panel, councillor. It's set by the insurers. It's not about. It's just about a common courtesy of advising that budget will be expended on behalf of a councillor potentially for an excess for an insurance claim. That's all it is. We don't control the external elements of this at all.
I agree with that.
Speaker 4, Councillor Mackenzie. Speaker 4, anyone? Yeah, okay, so we've got a number of questions. I think Councillor Boglari, you were first.
Thank you. I was just wondering, through the chair to Andrew, with the reporting, will the reason for engaging legal assistance also be included? Or just the cost?
The current it includes a brief summary of the claim, so description of the claim. So generally speaking, for councillors' purposes, the claim is in response to a councillor conduct complaint, and it will say in response to a councillor conduct complaint, and it will usually have a reference number. It won't disclose private or confidential details. Staff. You'll be able to see why they engaged.
Well, staff has a different reporting method to councillors in the annual report.
Can I say for the 1,200 odd staff the council has, they haven't used this policy. When they have discussions, it's the professional courtesy that we have that they will talk to us. Generally speaking, I manage our risk and liability team and our insurance policies. That has a budget attached to it. As per the report, I report to the Audit Committee quite regularly on our claims, not including both property claims, professional liability, and contingent liabilities. So in regard to professional indemnity insurance, as I said before, it is a single line item that will reference the claim. It'll have initials of a claimant, and it'll have a cost attached to it.
Say a councillor had to access legal representation, and that goes against, your name in an annual report, and the community then say, all right, that councillor had that amount of money, but it could have been really justified. So how does that councillor get an opportunity to justify that expense if it's kept confidential?
Yeah, great. Sorry, can I say great question? Professional indemnity insurance is a statutory requirement for all councils to take out. The state government recognises that becoming a councillor, and in fact, professional indemnity insurance for company directors is absolutely standard. Council shouldn't be, can I use the word shy about drawing on professional indemnity insurance.
No, sorry, I don't think you've understood my question. I'm asking, say, for some reason I engage through this process, legal representation, and at the next annual report it will have Wendy Boglari, $15,000. And the community is going to go, ooh, that's $15,000. How do I say, but hey, look what happened, it was justified? If it's going to be reported, which it should be for transparency, I think the reason why that councillor had to go to that level should also be reported.
There is a register of our conduct, kept separately, that talks about whether a complaint has been upheld or not. So you can refer to that.
And the details will be there?
Pretty much. Yeah.
The statutory detail.
Yeah, it is, because my question's relevant, Councillor Hughes, because I'm asking if we're going to report it, which I believe we should. I think the reason should also be why that councillor did that.
It's probably a separate question to the item in front of us, and I'm happy for Andrew to answer it, because we're talking now about our annual reporting requirements, but this is actually just about a policy that gives a heads up as to how much money might be required in budgeting for it. So,
precisely. Can I say the reporting obligation is already in the legislation, and how we report and what report likewise is already in the legislation. So at any point in time, and the council adopted the annual report, and individual councils can talk to their own expenses. In terms of the reporting provision and the amendment which calls it out in the policy, it's already a requirement. The only material change we're making in this case is the reporting to the CEO as part of the business. The reason we're doing that is that it's reliance on our business insurance. I need to budget for that insurance, and I need to track the public records for that insurance, and I do that monthly as part of my key performance indicators. I can't wait a year or sometimes months from the insurer to notify me of potential claims. Does that answer that question? And can I say, when I refer to that notice provision and our responsibilities to keep public records and good financing, we read that that's relatively consistent with public and private practice.
I'm trying to increase the reporting.
Oh, increase the reporting?
Yeah, I'm trying to increase what information is in the reporting.
But it does get reported. There's a requirement, as far as complaints go, for it to be logged onto our register. So in some form, maybe not all the details sometimes. I know there's been times where it's been probably a little bit too explicit.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the register it's a complaints register, so there may be other things though that aren't complaints, and you're accessing legal advice that aren't about complaints and so aren't actually on the register. There's no reason why in an annual report, when it is reported, I think as Andrew said, you'll see a number. You could talk to that number if you felt the need to.
I mean, in the last annual report, there was more than one councillor that had legal expenses. I can refer to my own, where there's been, state members referring me to the OIA that I eventually sought some advice. It wasn't quite that much money; it was a small amount, and it was dismissed. So I chose not to speak to it because it's no secret.
No, what I was referring to in my mind wasn't anything to do with yourself. It was another matter where actually happened in this general meeting a year ago, which I'm still trying to get over the conduct that happened in that meeting, and yet it's not anywhere. It
wasn't to do with the legal assistance.
It ended up being a legal matter. Yeah, and that's swept under the carpet.
Well, I think we're probably going a little beyond the item in front of us.
Happy to say that publicly, because if I get an OIA complaint on me,
thank you, Councillor. I had some more questions, Councillor Hill, that I think was next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My concern is that even though this is put in a policy, does that override legal rights? So what I'm saying is, just because you put that in there, you go into a gym and it says you hurt yourself with this equipment, it's your own responsibility. If we don't report it to the CEO, what's going to happen? If we still progress down a legal path, is this really hold any weight doing this change? I guess I'm saying. But how does a breach of policy hold up against the law?
Well, it's a breach of policy, so it'll be a behavioural issue or a conduct issue with the OIA. It won't send you to jail, but it essentially will mean. Yeah, well, just be clear. I mean, I think you're really labouring the point, but you can go to, not you, Andrew. I know I'm looking at you. You can have anyone in the organisation advise, or someone you know, representative you to advise someone in the organisation. So it creates a standard of transparency and courtesy within the organisation. That's all it does.
That's what I mean. I think it's more of a professional courtesy than a demand that you can make upon someone, really.
Well, it's a policy position. So
it's a policy, but I mean, so you might get inappropriate conduct, but they can still go after something legally. So just because we didn't inform the CEO doesn't mean we're cut short. We can still progress with the legal action.
Yeah, but it would be a breach of policy if you didn't inform the CEO. Yeah.
Thank you.
The information provided to the CEO only has to be very basic, doesn't it? So it's only just, dear Mr. Chesterman, I'm informing you that I'm lodging a claim through our indemnity insurance, giving you the heads up. Cheers, Rowan. Cheers.
Is that a yes from the CEO? And yeah,
it's professional courtesy. It's an advice, so we can track it, be aware of the public records, and understand what's coming.
Yeah, we then create a reference number, and then responsibility under the Public Records Act, so we can identify it. Yeah.
Councillor Goller, your question?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to Andrew. Just to confirm, I understand the intent of this policy. Two questions, though. Once it's in the hands of a solicitor, for example, isn't it customary for the solicitors to actually write to the organisation anyway and state that they're notifying that there's someone acting for the councillor or the employee anyway, and then it actually removes the individuals out of the fray and it becomes a legal agent against a legal aid or two representatives discussing the matter?
Answer the first question, can I say yes and no? So if there is a claim against council, the solicitors will serve council with a notice. If it's using the insurance to claim against somebody else, say for example the OIA, then in that circumstances, which did occur more recently, we weren't notified until we saw that matter in the Supreme Court.
Right, okay. And then I guess my second question is around presumption of innocence, and that is we can start this process and we can go down that trail of putting together evidence to defend ourselves, but if the party removes their complaint, that also removes the aspect of clearing one's name, especially if it's made the media, etc., etc.
I think we're probably getting a little bit beyond the legal assistance policy here. We're probably...
Well, it's about protection, Madam Chair, and we are very much in the firing line from either political attack, third-party attack, etc. And often the OIA will simply say, if you've got a solicitor on board, we will strenuously take their advice over your response, and in most cases look at it from a legal aspect of dismissing. It's about resourcing and financing as well.
Well, the resourcing, and this is what this is about. The resourcing is done with the solicitors appointed by the insurer. So elements of how complaints are dealt with and removed or etc. are separate to this. So at this point in time, really, we should be grateful that we have access to a fund like that. And if you don't want it to be public, you have an option as to actually fund it yourself because you're using ratepayers' dollars. So that's, if anyone's really concerned, that's what I would do. So with that, and particularly if you know that you've got something to answer for, you probably wouldn't want to be having to pay back a solicitor you had no control over.
No, but if I could just add, I think it is relevant that the public do see how vulnerable councillors can be.
Yep.
And this is why I sent an email yesterday, which was in relation to, well, what is that trigger point? How do we actually protect ourselves before we have to go to that nth degree of contacting the CEO, of going through an insurance
Well, I would
company,
make a recommendation that you're really conscious of your obligations under the Act and the Code of Conduct, even standing orders, and that will remove some of the challenges you'll have to use this this legal assistance financial excess from the insurer. And other than that, it's a job to put your hand up for, I'm afraid. I'm going to go to one more question. I think Councillor Berridge has another question.
Yes, the first sentence, Andrew. It stumped me last night. Council adopted the policy in 2017 for provision of legal assistance for councillors and employees. The policy on legal assistance has not been used by a councillor or employee. Now, aren't we just saying that we've racked up a huge amount of money to defend ourselves against complaints, and the Madam Mayor has also said that she has also accessed it, and my understanding is that a past councillor has also accessed it. So
can we just get some clarity on that first line? Thank you.
That would. I was stuck on that one.
Yeah, it's good. Likewise, it's a good question. So council hasn't used the policy as it previously stood. So the policy has two provisions, if you like, or certainly now has two provisions. The first provision that council will pay directly out of its own budget for legal assistance for a private councillor or a staff member. That hasn't been used. This amendment today is that what's occurring is that council is going indirectly to council's insurance to get legal assistance, which council is paying an insurance excess at $15,000. That is the amendment here. So the amendment here is to say that if councillors or staff are seeking business insurance support, we're asking that they notify the business through the CEO's office.
I get that, Andrew. That's down there in notice, number one. So the first sentence is not correct, is it?
It is correct. It's saying that we could actually fund. We have an opportunity to directly fund without going to the insurer an officer of the organisation. The other part, this is specifically about calling on insurance.
So I understand. So the policy on legal assistance is an internal policy, nothing to do with claiming on legal insurance.
Well,
that we have not claimed.
I think it does both. So, but what we're saying is we're asking when you're going directly to an insurer that you notify the CEO. That's the difference. Am I correct?
Absolutely correct. It's a different line item in the budget. So I have not used the legal services budget to pay directly for a councillor or staff member, but I have paid through council's insurance excess, which is a different line item for the insurer.
Any other questions? Just to be clear, in the instance, like normally these are just technically behavioural issues. Normally, I'm not saying that it won't be something different in the future, and there are lots of ways you can deal with that just to avoid the cost. So the behaviour in what you do, the standing orders, all of those sorts of things, code of conduct, the legislation, that will prevent anyone having to use it, hopefully. We do understand, though, that you do become a target politically for people who lodge sometimes erroneous, sometimes valid complaints, and that's what this policy is for. And certainly the last episode that we've been talking about, the last couple of episodes, went to another level where it was a judicial review, which is Supreme Court, which is way more expensive. So, when you hire just a regular solicitor to defend you from the panel, it doesn't actually incur quite that level of cost. So I think, all those things come into play as to why this is here today. So with that, I'm going to...
Can I correct you? The actual OIA Supreme Court cost came from zero from my lawyer. They didn't charge them. They were all the OIA's legal costs, $37,000. Just put that on the record.
Sorry, Madam Chair, can I
we'll take that off.
Confidential.
Sorry. With that, I'm going to your solicitors were paid.
Not the Supreme Court. Zero.
Okay, they were paid. I don't know. Once again, we've been kept in the dark about all of that, so I don't know. I don't need to know. So going back to the mover of the item, Peter, Councillor Mitchell. Sorry, do you want to sum up? Thank you.
I'll do my best, Madam Mayor. Well, we made hard work of that, councillors, at $60 a minute being transparent to the public. It really is simply to notify the CEO as the head of administration prior to making an insurance claim using public funds, public monies. It's about transparency of quantum and transparency of general purpose. Collectively, made that a little bit about ourselves, councillors, and that's not really what it's about. It's about all of us as a group, but also about all the employees. So while it was highlighted that some significant costs have been incurred by a particular councillor, so it's about large event sponsorship, but that was the choice to do that in this room. But it is not about us. It is about alone. It is about community funds and about transparency and about good governance. So without today's change to this simple administrative policy, council can be surprised out of the blue, and that's not great accounting practice. It's not good strategy. There were some comments on us being targets under pressure. Well, that's not unusual in the world, and we note that. But I think the local government family does pretty well in trying to look after us. So through LGAQ, we can access things. Indeed, through this organisation, we as individuals, but also employees, can access various assistance. And I'm really grateful for some of that opportunity. So that's worth noting to the community that we actually do pretty well in trying to look after ourselves, but we all must take individual responsibility for that as well. Exactly. Of course, every individual has a choice in their own lives and in their personal circumstances. Councillors can engage personal services or any kind of legal representation using their own funds. So can an employee. That's a choice. We could also put out information of our own in multiple channels. It's not just council. We can choose to do that if we feel we need to put things out, and that was noted today. Council isn't the only channel, far from it. It's been noted very clearly there's no loss of independence in the process in any insurance claim. Not all claims need lawyers to be involved. That is, again, a personal choice based on circumstances. So at the end of the day, this very simple administrative change, the community's better informed, better transparency, appropriate use of public money, natural justice and fairness is maintained. So I think we've had a great chat about it. We made a bit of hard work, but put the motion forward. Thanks.
Thank you for the mutual trust and respect around the room having that debate. It's a two-way street, as mentioned earlier, so thank you for that, and I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Those in favour? Councillor, that's unanimous. Oh, is that Councillor Hewlett? You had your hand down and then up, please. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on. Next item will be the Audit and Risk Management Committee Chairperson's Annual Report. Move Councillor Hughes. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. Delighted to move item 13.6, Audit and Risk Management Committee Chairperson's Annual Report. And our chairperson, Mr. Mitchell Petrie, has spent a lot of time actually drafting and then writing this report. He has done this. You can see in the background the items that we're sharing here: financial statements and reporting, external audit, internal audit, governance and internal control, fraud and corruption control, risk management, legislative and policy compliance, as our legal representatives were just speaking about. There is a lot in this annual report. A lot of work goes behind it, as I have said, not just from Mr. Petrie that's put the report together. He is liaising with all of our council executive and leadership team to get to where we are. Thank you very, very much.
I just very quickly wanted to make a comment and thank both yourself and Councillor Hughes for all the many, many extra hours that are put into reading reports and attending these meetings. Councillors can attend them, but you are both our representatives with regard to audit, and it's a big big portfolio, and I don't think generally in the community, when people think about the responsibilities of being a councillor, they would be aware of all the work that goes into this particular area. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tolte. Can I just say the lion's share of the work actually sits with the organisation and senior management, so we just get to read the very fulsome agendas and ask questions and make suggestions. So thank you. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against?
Aye.
That's carried unanimously. Councillor Bishop is out of the room. The next item, councillors, is 15.1, affordable housing policy. Mover and seconder, thanks. Moved Councillor Mackenzie, seconded Councillor Tolte. Do you need to speak to it, Councillor Mackenzie?
Yeah, I'll give a quick overview for the public record. This year, Council resolved to investigate options to support the delivery of affordable housing in the Redlands and to progress several actions and initiatives aimed at supporting that housing and improve housing affordability on the Redlands coast. One of those was to commence an affordable housing policy, and the establishment of this was to support community housing providers seeking to deliver affordable housing on the Redlands coast via development application fee and infrastructure charge discounts, a fee waiver for council's pre-lodgement service, an expedited decision-making period for code-accessible applications that satisfy certain criteria. And I won't go through the whole policy because it is attached, but this obviously is to support delivering affordable housing in the Redlands, and we do know that that is an ongoing issue statewide, but certainly in southeast Queensland and the Redlands.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Do we have any speakers against? A question, Councillor Waglari? Sure.
Thank you. On page, here we go again, 202 or 221, it talks about incentives that we're going to be, I'm not too sure who's in the room to give the question to.
If you ask your question, we'll get the right person.
Right, thank you. So we're giving incentives on infrastructure refunds, and the total pool is $1 million. My understanding is that is over 5 years, but it's just $1 million for the whole 5 years. And even though one particular company can ask for a 50% discount, it can't be greater than 250. But if it's less than that, they don't get the 250, do they? They still only get the 50%. And can you just, it was only when I was rereading this, I picked up that it's in any LMDR or MDR, not just around the principals. I thought it was around the principals, but is it in any LMDR and MDR zone? I thought it was only going to be around those two principal centres.
I think we have more than two principal centres, but I'll ask the officer to answer that question. And whilst you've got the microphone, perhaps a dot point of the matters covered in the motion would be helpful.
Yep. Okay, so there are a few matters that were covered there. So I'll start with the first one regarding the funding pool. So there's a total funding pool to be made available of $1 million. That will actually be a foregone revenue. So the way that this would work is that an applicant seeking access to the financial incentives would receive discounts up to a total aggregate value for a particular project of $250,000 maximum, but it could be a lesser amount. And that is in the form of reduced infrastructure charges, application fees, as well as access to the pre-lodgement service. So our infrastructure planning and charging unit would look at the entirety of the application and make that calculation to ensure that the aggregate total cost of the incentives received through the policy would not exceed the $250,000 maximum threshold. So what that means in practice is that you could potentially see a minimum of 4 projects if all those 4 projects were to apply for the maximum 250. Yep. Or you could receive 10 applications for, say, $100,000. So hopefully that covers off on that aspect.
No one gets more than 50%.
And no one gets more than 50%. So the 50% discount is applied to application fees and infrastructure charges. So there is still a contribution expected from the applicant in part for those components. The next question, I think, was in relation to distance to So the way that it is structured is that it's linked to providing community housing products within a kilometre of principal transport nodes, being the Capalaba Transport or Bus Station and the Cleveland train line. So then it relates to the relevant zones within proximity to that particular transport node. But we do note that to provide flexibility in the system, and this was an issue raised by community housing providers that have written letters to council. They said it may be the case that when that there are a limited number of sites that are available within 1 kilometre of those public transport nodes, and therefore, while the policy has a good intention, it may be that there's limited ability to uptake that because there are no development sites. So, in response to that point that was raised by, I guess, a community housing provider, there's been flexibility created in the guideline whereby an applicant may request to have access to the financial incentives. However, if they were to be located outside those nominal, the 1 kilometre distance from those transport nodes, that would need to be returned to council for formal consideration. So I think that's about creating flexibility for the policy. So if they tick all the boxes and, they're a community housing provider within a kilometre, within the relevant zone, delivering affordable housing products, they'll get the tick. If they couldn't satisfy all those criteria, similar to a code application, then it comes back to council for further consideration, and it's at your discretion as to whether those discounts are awarded. Hopefully that provides clarity.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm happy with that because I think they should be near the principal zone, so the people in there are usually the vulnerable people, and they mightn't have cars, and I was concerned about their transportation, etc. So I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Question, Councillor Hughes, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor. No, Dean, our officer has just answered. I wanted that clarified when we're talking about the discounts. It's not actually a financial transaction that we're paying. It is literally a discount. It's paper. It's on paper. If it was $100,000 or $20,000, it's a discount. Thank you. I don't want our residents feeling that we're handing out money back. That's correct. We would have. That great clarity there. Thank you.
Question, Councillor Bishop.
Yes, thank you. And I also appreciate that point that it will come back to council if it's outside that area. The one that we discussed a little bit yesterday, and I'd just like to get clarity on, is in the instance that an NDIS housing provider, which will be receiving subsidy from various elements of other levels of government, is there any layer of us running a lens through what that application would be so that we're not doing a triple contribution or, doubling up the contribution that might be their eligible criteria, because we want to help the right sorts of organisations that would be locked out under normal circumstances and insist this for affordability. So that's my first question. Is there a way of screening an application that might be receiving government subsidy from elsewhere?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I think important thing to say is that to be a registered community housing provider in the first instance, there is a screening process that is applied at either state or federal level. So there's a process that needs to be gone through for you to satisfy the requirements of being deemed a community housing provider. I think, to your point, I think you're asking, well, what if the community housing provider is already receiving financial incentives of some sort? I think the practical reality is that most community housing providers are going to be receiving funding streams from either federal or state government funding, like grant initiatives and the like. I think the more important way to frame this is that we're looking at what objective are we trying to achieve, and I think the guidance provided by council is that they wanted to look at options to support the delivery of affordable housing in the city, and the best approach, we thought, based on a consideration of approaches taken by surrounding local government areas, was to facilitate this funding through the community housing provider model, so i.e. not providing it to the private sector to deliver that, because there's specific mandates for those community housing providers to deliver these products. They have proven, operating models, and they're generally respected agencies like Brisbane Housing Co and Horizon Housing, which have a long track record of delivering much needed housing typologies in the city. So that is a self-regulating mechanism that they have to go through a formal process to be registered as a community housing provider in the first instance.
I think just important to note that the reason that they do get assistance is that it takes the pressure off federal government and state government delivering social housing. So that's why it's much cheaper for the taxpayer for them to work with a private entity that has that registration than having to build it and maintain it themselves.
Yes, thank you. And that you also touched on the second point that I was going to ask, which is that if we provide the subsidy to the developer and the creator of the entity, how can we guarantee that that is going to be passed on ultimately, hopefully, to the actual person who's going to be otherwise locked out, and so the affordability goes in their direction, and I think that's through the sorts of organisations that we want. So we want to encourage those people to come to us and support change and delivery in the city. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Mitchell, you have a question?
Two hopefully brief questions, Madam Mayor. The first is on and I know that one of the recommendations is to waive the pre-lodgement fee, which I think is fantastic to get that engagement, but it might be through to the CEO. This won't just be a planning matter in terms of the bill form, but because of the nature of the accommodation, the social services are on a bit of a 360 view. Could other officers be involved in those pre-lodgement meetings to just keep an eye on the sort of applicant, the suggested residents and their needs, and any other council-related matters that might need to wrap around that, such as pathways, etc.
I guess it's a planning application first and foremost. So that's the nature of the pre-lodgement process. And I'll get David just to add to that.
Thank you. So this is a planning matter. So the pre-lodgement is a pre-lodgement prior to a planning application being lodged. However, we do routinely invite relevant parts of council to come to those pre-lodgement meetings. So invariably, there's not one officer. There could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, depending upon the nature of the application and the issues at hand. But certainly, it's across the organisation.
Thank you. My second question was on. I know the 15-year time frame was noted to ensure that the community housing provider maintains the residents as affordable housing. How robust can a council put those conditions on with that legally? Could they be on sold straight away, or is that pretty tightly locked down?
Yes, it is. We've sought guidance from our legal team, and yes, there are regulatory mechanisms which would prevent. I guess the concern would be, in theory, someone comes in, accesses these, and then on-sells them and has no commitment. No, there's not an ability to do that. That they would effectively be locked in for that 15-year period to do that. So that protection is in place.
Any other questions? I'll go back to the mover of the motion. Councillor Mackenzie, to sum up if required.
No, I think the questions that have been asked in Dean's overview is sufficient. Thank you.
Put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 15.2, been advised of an alternative motion. Councillor Mackenzie.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move option 3, which is to refuse the application.
Seconded for that. Councillor Hughes has seconded that. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Mackenzie?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When this application came in, the use of the site was described as vehicle and equipment storage, including boats, caravans, small machinery and construction materials equipment. This was the same description given 3 times in the initial town planning report. However, upon further request for information from Council, this application is requesting approval for a full-scale transport depot with vehicles and trucks including 19-metre heavy vehicles arriving and leaving from 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Friday and 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on the weekend including Sunday. The use has evolved to primarily be for civil engineering contractors with downtime between contracts to be utilised for the cleaning and servicing of vehicles. It's a far cry from boat and caravan storage. This is a battle axe block where the driveway access to the site is between 2 residential homes, the nearest being 10 metres and the other 14 metres, with these distances reflecting how close the neighbours' bedrooms are to the trucks driving past, not to mention the lack of privacy into the neighbour's yard with trucks sitting higher than the proposed fencing. The residential dwelling for this battle axe block is approximately 400 metres away from the driveway and hard stand, tucked away behind several lines of trees. The applicants residing in that dwelling will not have their amenities severely impacted by their business plans, only their neighbours will. It's the proximity of the neighbouring residents at the front of this battle axe block that makes this application significantly different to similar business activities further down the road. If this application were approved, it's the neighbours that will be the most impacted, while the owners, benefiting financially from their business activity, can continue the quiet enjoyment of their property. The noise report proposes limiting the speed limit down the driveway to 5 kilometres an hour to mitigate the noise made by the trucks. However, to travel at that slow speed down the inclined driveway will require a heavy vehicle or truck to ride their brakes to maintain this speed. Heavy vehicle brakes can squeal or whine when applied, and when the truck stops there is usually a loud release of compressed air. Additionally, the driveway is made of road base, which is a rough surface that can cause vehicles, payloads and restraining devices to shake and clatter, creating additional noise. The noise report suggests this application will make no more impact than what living on Redland Bay Road already has on the residents. However, the noise report does not take into consideration that Redland Bay Road is made of bitumen and vehicles travelling past are going uphill. Both are quieter than travelling downhill on a road-based driveway while braking heavily, and also less dusty. The driveway and hard stand area will be road-based, which is dusty and requires control measures to limit dust pollution to the neighbours. This sounds effective in theory, however, the measures are subjective. For example, check weather conditions when planning dusty works. So as long as the weather is checked, dusty works could still proceed if the wind is blowing 40 kilometres an hour. Regularly apply water or dust suppressants to unsealed surfaces, particularly during dry periods. So what's regularly? Twice a day, once a week, once a month? Visually monitor dust during operation. So the site manager can look at the dust, in their opinion determine it's not dusty and continue on with work. All councillors have received photos of the dust created by the hard stand and just a small car travelling down the road-based driveway. The additional dust created from this application will have a significant health and amenity impact on the neighbours. The applicant states there will be a full-time on-site manager who will be responsible for transport logistics and to ensure compliance with the operational conditions. However, there is no office and associated facilities on the site plan for this manager. The application also states there will be 24/7 on-site management by the owner in the existing house and a home office, but again that is some 400 metres away. I question how the site and compliance with conditions will be managed and guaranteed when the manager is 400 metres away, tucked away by several lines of trees. The applicant says there will be no external lighting, only sensor lights for security reasons. I'm confident they'll realise that to operate at 5 a.m. or 6 p.m. in winter, external lighting will be required, creating another environmental pollution to the neighbours. This application is for a material change of use in the Rural Zone Code. The purpose of the Rural Zone is to provide for a wide range of primary production activities while protecting natural resources and significant environmental and landscape values. High impacting activities are not established where they would adversely affect land within urban areas, and the residential amenity of smaller rural lots is not significantly impacted by new development, and all forms of development minimise the impact of the natural environment. Whilst the zone is rural, it's in the urban footprint with 3 residential dwellings in very close proximity. The land slopes down to a natural gully. This development will require bulk earthworks to create a level hard stand that will be 1 acre in size, thus destroying the landscape of the site. It will create additional noise, dust and vibration during construction and operation of the business, having an adverse effect on the amenity of the smaller neighbouring residential dwellings, and it's for this reason I propose the application be refused.
Speaker against the motion? Is there a speaker against the motion? Councillor Mitchell?
Yes, I note I'd like to flag I've helped prepared an alternative motion depending on if this motion gets up or otherwise. I believe, similar to the officer's initial recommendation, that there should be an approval with conditions. I think the conditions can be strengthened that were there, but to refuse I don't think is in the scheme, and read it as wrote. Ground truth the area and the horse has bolted, shall we say. There are already in close proximity a number of businesses in action of varying impact, and that seems to have been well accepted. There is certainly a need, and we talk about it often, for our city being a bit more self-sufficient and having wise use on all our sites, and we talk about it in all our areas and zoning, and there's another item on the agenda after this, and we wrestle with that, but that's our job, to get wise use in the different zones. I think some of the conditions that could be strengthened rather than just jump to a refusal, which I think is crushing a walnut with a sledgehammer. We could look at the operating hours. We can look at the fencing heights. It's been talked, the dust, and some other materials that could be used on the surface. I'm certainly not negating for a second the residents who are still nearby, and that's where our role should be to look for conditions rather than to leap to a refusal. So that's essentially the nub of it, councillors. To refuse this, I think, is just a bridge way too far. It's not appropriate. And looking at the reality of what's on the ground, not that every item has to go through the court process, but I don't think we'd be in good stead in a P&E court. I think it would go by negotiation then to exactly what I would be proposing, which would be an approval with condition. So please don't refuse it. Let's, if this motion does go down, let's consider strengthening some of those conditions for an approval.
Speaker 4, Councillor Gollay. It's hand up first, sorry.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm prepared to support Councillor Mackenzie's motion to refuse. This is very reminiscent of the same application that came on Heineman Road. We're not just talking about a few trucks and, it's all nice and whatever. We are talking about a truck depot in the vicinity of where residents who purchased with the intent to have a lifestyle did not envisage having semi-trailers backing across Redland Bay Road holding up traffic, and I've seen it last week. They did not envisage having dust and their amenity of living impacted by a commercial zone or a commercial business in a rural zone. Now, yes, right along Redland Bay Road at the moment, you have businesses, whether rightly or wrongly, whether through application or not, are impacting residents right through that area. Our job as councillors is to represent the requests of the residents, not the request of an individual seeking to instill a truck depot. Those residents have asked the divisional councillor to actually lobby on their behalf to protect their amenity, and that's what's being put forward today. It is a huge difference if you're having, like we mentioned before, Councillor Mitchell mentioned before, we're about to look at the next application. Huge difference. Trucks, dust, workmen, forklifts. We're talking about heavy industrial aspects of a truck depot within what is essentially a rural area next to residential homes. And we're not talking complete rural residential homes. We're talking about homes that are on 600 to 800 square metre lots. So yes, I have ground truthed it. The fact that I've lived in the area for quite some time and seen the change, I absolutely agree. I think we've got to draw a line in the sand. Just because, it's good for some doesn't mean it's good for all. We've got to be very careful here. And at what stage do we draw that line in the sand and say that particular parcel of land is not zoned for heavy commercial use, which is what is being proposed here. It's just a truck depot. We'll just park there. Heinemann Road was approved right next to a wildlife rescuer, and what sheets had to put up with drivers urinating along the fence line, office workers coming out of the Devotional buildings and swearing and carrying on. That is heavy industry at its finest. You are not talking about, it's just, a little medium rigid truck here. We're talking about heavy commercial use of a site, and I don't think we should be approving this. I think they need to find somewhere else. Thank you.
Speaker against, Councillor Bishop.
Yes, I'm not a speaker against the officer recommendation. I am a speaker against the divisional councillors. Yeah, and I think there is a balance, and I think that what has come about in some discussion, which I want to acknowledge the divisional councillor has raised some very important points. I believe that I would be happy to second Councillor Mitchell's alternative, option 2, which does have a range of conditions. I think they seek to balance some of the challenges that exist in the site. I agree that it is not strictly the correct zone for what is proposed, but I think under performance-based planning, what is happening around the area, the context of what is being proposed, I think officers have come up with a recommendation for approval, but I think the conditions that we could add, I think are worth exploring. I'm not sure, Councillor Mackenzie, if you would be open to, if your motion does not get approved or get support. If we look at hours of operation, I think the 5 kilometre, you make an interesting point about the 5 kilometres per hour, whether that will be, if there's a better rate that would be causing less impact for the residents either side. The 2.5 metre high fence, that may be able to be increased if it's going to not mitigate the noise appropriately. And then there's an item 42, which is around the construction of a hard surface driveway, concrete or bitumen. It may be some other structure, some other form of dust suppressant, heavy hard stand. I don't know whether concrete or bitumen is the right sort of thing, but I think we should look at the option that has conditions, which Councillor Mitchell, well, we've all worked, some of us have worked with officers to try and come up with a balanced outcome, and I think that would be preferable. So I would speak against an outright refusal. I think the P&E Court will look at the officer's recommendation, look at what's happening around the area. And I know that there are 2 residents right up the very front who will be impacted significantly. And I totally understand that we need to do what we can. But I think with the acoustic fencing, with the hard stand of the driveway and some of these other conditions, I think those things can be mitigated. And I think we can find a balanced outcome. And Councillor Mackenzie, I would recommend that we go down that pathway.
Speaker 4, Councillor Talty.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, my apologies. Actually, it was Councillor Hughes. She had put her hand up earlier.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Councillor.
We're lining up, literally, to speak to this alternate motion in the refusal. I think Councillor Golay just spoke really well and talked about all of the things that are outlined there. I'm just going to come back and harp on and highlight on and speak to amenity. So often, amenity in a scale or a rating or a weighting, however you want to put it, is down the line. And amenity to our residents is got to be further up the line. I absolutely support a refusal on all of the grounds listed, but amenity. Truly, do you want this at your neighbours? Do you want this at your families? Do you want this behind you? Do you want this in front of you? Do you want this next to you? Amenity, just alone, on top of everything else, it's just not acceptable. Thank you.
Speaker against, Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I tend to agree with Councillor Mitchell and the comments of Councillor Bishop. This has got an officer recommendation. I don't think, if this goes to P&E Court, we may get something that we don't particularly want, where we could get something that is much better with conditions. Look, I feel for the neighbours, but now that whoever the appellant may be has armed with an approval from officers, it's going to be very difficult to fight this one back. And I just think a better recommendation with better conditions is the way to go. Thank you.
Speaker 4. Speaker 4, Councillor Talty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right. As was mentioned, I had a similar application close to homes in the rural area, but outside the urban footprint recently, and it has emphasised, and we went down the track of approval with conditions with that one. It has been difficult, and 2.5 metre high acoustic fencing doesn't help when the truck is 3 or 4 metres high and the engine is up there and you've got beepers and so forth. I completely understand, and I will support Councillor Mackenzie in this, but I will also support if we come to the next motion, increased conditions. We have to do what we can to support amenity. But I think what really is highlighted here is this, whilst no one would want this in their backyard, who has Councillor Hughes mentioned, do you want to live next to this? But no one does. But we don't actually have anywhere in the city for these people to go. And it highlights a problem with both our planning scheme and the state planning regs, that it's very difficult to put these things on the very large lots outside the city, and we've asked that a section of Mount Cotton Road be specially planned for this. It is something we need in the city, and if this is not the right place for it, then we need to find a way to support the business community to find a right place for it, because we really need this. We have almost no truck parking, but people can't park their trucks in their residential streets. And if this were as originally thought or perceived for caravan and boat parking, we have a huge need in the city for that as well. And that would be a far less intensive use and a far less impactful use with people bringing a caravan or a boat in once, or twice or 3 times or 4 times a year and leaving. And not needing to necessarily operate at such long hours and so forth. So if this were for storage, and it highlights a problem we've got with our planning scheme, because you can't apply to have storage of boats and caravans. There is no designation, and I'm happy for a planner to speak to this. You have to apply for a truck depot. And if you have to apply for a truck depot and all the cost involved in that, then you are going to expand your use to get your money back by allowing trucks. So we need to address the higher order issues of making the planning scheme provide what the community needs, which with smaller lots and an ageing community going into aged care is place for them to park their boats and their caravans, which is a very low impact. So if this were just that, then I would certainly support it. I can't support it now with this, but we also need to address those other issues. And if not here, where? Thank you.
Thank you. That amendment package sits with the state government, or the proposed plan for some Dawnlands future growth area. Okay, so that's a speaker for. Speaker against. Are there any questions? Councillor Boglari, you have a question?
I was wondering if the officers could actually run through it and their reasons for their decision, please.
Maybe we could ask specific questions of the officers. I think the report says it all. You got a question? Particular question for the officer?
If Councillor Mackenzie's alternate motion was to get up, is this justified to be, can we fight it in a P&E court? What are the chances?
Very difficult to answer that question, if I'm honest. Obviously, that would be before the experts involved in the appeal that are appointed on either side and the arguments are put before the council. Obviously, as our officers, our recommendations in the report, extensive report which sets out the reasons why we've recommended approval. So I can't really answer that question, I'm afraid.
Any other questions? Back to you, Councillor Mackenzie, if you wanted to sum up on your motion.
I'll just sum up briefly because I did a very good introduction. I'll just respond to a couple of comments that were made about ground truth in the area and businesses that are in close proximity. The differences between those businesses is it's actually the business owner that's the most impacted by those businesses, not the neighbours. So those businesses have houses, their house at the front of their own business, not the neighbour's house at the front. And so, as Councillor Bishop said, it is the neighbours that are going to be impacted significantly by this development application. I'll also note too that in my discussions with the planning and environment team as well, that transport depots get significant amounts of complaints regarding lack of compliance to conditions. So I am seeking a refusal on this application. Thank you.
So I'll put the motion. Those in favour of the refusal?
Aye.
Okay, that's carried. Those in favour: Councillor Boglari, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Talty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Berridge. Those against: Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Bishop, Councillor Williams. Thank you. Next, sorry. Oh, Councillor Edwards. Sorry, he said aye.
Aye.
Yes, my apologies. Support, yeah. So, councillors, next item is where I will declare my conflict and I shall remove myself from the chair.
I'd like to move an alternate motion on that, please.
Okay, first of all, I heard Councillor Golay say he had an alternate motion to move, so we'll proceed with that.
Hang on, Madam Chair, there was a procedural motion.
So do I have to, can I not move it and then hear the procedural motion? Okay, all right, I'll put you on hold, Councillor.
Well, I'll have a point of order if you go to Councillor Golay first under number 7.6.7 contravening meeting.
Councillor, before you proceed with that, I've got another procedural motion on the table. What's your procedural motion, Councillor Hughes?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would like to put a procedural motion, and in accordance with standing orders at 7.6.1, I move that the meeting stand adjourned in accordance with these standing orders I've just said, and I recommend a 20-minute adjournment. Deputy Mayor, I am concerned about some comments that were made earlier, and I'd like to seek some legal advice, and I don't feel comfortable going forward until we've had an adjournment and some conversation. Thank you.
Councillor, when I put the vote, you can vote on it. Could you just hold your... Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just note that councillors do not have parliamentary privilege, and with comments that have been made earlier in the meeting, I just need to seek some clarity. I'm asking for a short 20-minute break to seek some guidance, thank you, and some advice.
So are you seeking
a procedural notice to adjourn the meeting for 20 minutes, thank you.
Okay, councillors, thank you. Councillor, are you seeking to discuss the matter before us, or are you seeking to discuss legal procedure?
The matter before us with the implied legal matter. The words defamation were thrown around a bit earlier. I just really need to seek some legal advice, and I'm seeking an adjournment. Thank you.
Councillor, the applicants have been sitting... Excuse me, Councillor. Thank you. Put your hand down and wait for the vote, please.
Just a point of order. Does that vote come straight away?
Yeah. Shortly, yes.
Did we debate that first? I'm just hearing you.
Councillor?
Chair is trying to get us there. Could councillors respect the chair, please?
Well, I think the procedural motion.
Okay, councillors, please just. Councillor, I am unclear on the reason for your procedural motion. The matter is a matter in the public agenda and needs to be discussed in the public agenda. I do not think that we can take the debate behind closed doors. So I'm seeking clarification on what you want to discuss, please.
Point of order. A procedural motion has been called.
Yes.
For an adjournment. Can we put that to the vote? Isn't that what we're supposed to do under standing orders?
Councillors.
That was my point of clarification.
And I'm not entitled to a point of clarification. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm suggesting that under standing orders, my point of order is, can we put the procedural motion, please?
Thank you, councillor. Officers, I'm very uncomfortable with this. All right, councillors, I don't think we need 20 minutes though.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd be happy with 15 minutes, thank you. Seeking some guidance and some legal support.
All right. And are we going to ask the community to leave, or would we leave? Okay, councillors, we have procedural motion. Councillor Hughes has asked for a suspension of the meeting for 15 minutes. Those in favour? Right, those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Bishop, Councillor Edwards?
No.
Sorry. So was that a yes or a no, Councillor Edwards?
No.
Could you stop talking, please, so I can hear?
No.
Right, okay. I'll just take that vote again because apparently I missed someone. It's Councillor Boglari, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Berridge, Councillor Bishop. So that is 6, so that is carried. I'm sorry to those members of the community that are here. We have to suspend the meeting for 15 minutes. The time is now 12:55 and we will invite you back in at 10 minutes past 1. Thank you.
Chair, I've just lodged a conflict through the diligent board system
Okay.
relating to this matter.
Sorry, that you have a conflict?
No, Councillor Berridge may have a conflict in this matter. I've just lodged it.
Okay, I'll have to take that then.
So what's the conflict? You'll need to work through what the conflict.
Okay. So, Councillor, what is the conflict that you believe exists?
It's lodged in the diligent board, so it'll probably come up for all councillors to peruse. We discussed it briefly. I believe strongly under my obligations under the Local Government Act that if I believe another council has a conflict, it's my obligation to announce that in public and submit it if I feel so. Based on the information that's come to me today, that there had been a OIA complaint lodged historically, Councillor Berridge, and dealt with by the OIA's noted, but also on some of the commentary and information that we've heard in public participation and otherwise today. I believe this is an important potential conflict to be noted in public and for us to make a decision on. Can it be brought up? Yeah, I've only just lodged it it's on the screens in front of us.
Okay, so you've said you believe Councillor Berridge has a conflict in this matter based on the OIA complaint that's been raised. So we have to have, I understand, 2 votes. 1, if there is a conflict, and 2, whether the councillor can... Are you seeking to stay in the room, councillor?
I am refusing to accept that this is a conflict of interest. This is...
Staying in the room.
I will be staying in the room and I will not be leaving. So
it is up to your colleagues, councillor, not up to you.
Well, you can get the police.
Okay, so I believe that the issue is that given the communications and the matters that have come before, that it would be impossible for it to be perceived that Councillor Berridge would be able to come to this matter with the information on the table without any kind of bias and make a fair and impartial decision. I'm outlining the question for us.
You're giving commentary.
You're giving your personal opinion on the matter, whereas it should just go to the vote. I don't believe the chair ever gives a personal opinion.
I can outline the vote, councillor. Okay, anyway, getting down to it. Okay, well, councillor, that is conduct outside the meeting requirements, and that is a warning. Now, I doubt it too, unfortunately. Councillors, the first vote that we have to take is whether you believe Councillor Berridge has a conflict, and the second vote will be whether you think that conflict means she can stay in the room and vote, or whether she needs to leave the room. So can I first of all see with some information you want? Yeah, I moved Councillor Mitchell, seconded Councillor Mackenzie. I don't think we use that language anymore under the new Act.
Well, that's what's here.
I can't see that.
In.
Declarable conflict of interest. Yeah, it's off my screen.
My apology, my intent was to raise it as prescribed this way. Declared is the automatic, isn't it? But prescribed, and that's why I've got myself confused now. Declarable, yeah. For councillors to make a decision based on all the information that we have before us.
Whether the councillor stays in the room. Yeah. Yes, 2 votes.
Just point of clarification. Are we going to change the word so we know what we're voting on?
Councillor, we're working on it.
Thank you. I was just checking.
I can't move that. So, councillors, it's a declarable conflict, first of all, whether you believe councillor has a declarable conflict of interest, and then you decide, secondly, whether that means she has such a conflict that she leaves the room or she may stay in the room. So, first of all, okay, so councillors, thank you. 10 chairs in this room. Thank you. Councillors, can I have a vote, please, if you believe that Councillor Berridge has a declarable conflict of interest in the matter at 15.3?
Aye.
Okay, so is there anyone not supportive of that? Right, that's unanimous. They believe, everyone believes Councillor Berridge has a conflict. Now, councillors will take a second vote if you think that conflict is significant enough that the councillor needs to leave the room for the decision and the debate. So, councillors, can I see?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
I'll ask the question.
You need a mover and a seconder for that, please.
Yes. Can I have a mover and a seconder as to whether Councillor Berridge may stay in the room? So you're voting yes if you feel she should stay in the room and no if you feel she should leave. Can I have a mover for that? Moved Councillor Bishop, seconded Councillor Hughes. Those, yes. Those in favour? Right. Those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Edwards, can I ask what your vote is, please?
No.
Right, okay, that is carried. So I will ask Councillor Berridge to now leave the room so we can commence the...
Can we read the votes out again, just so I'm clear?
Okay, those for Councillor Berridge staying in the room for the debate are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Hughes and Councillor Bishop. Those against are Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Talty, Councillor Edwards. So that is lost. So, Councillor Berridge, can I ask you now to leave the room? Can I have some procedural advice on what happens when a councillor refuses to follow direction? Okay, can I have a mover for a procedural motion? We will suspend the meeting whilst Councillor Berridge is removed from the room. Thank you, Councillor Hughes. You're moving that motion?
Clarification. I thought I was just putting my hand up to adjourn the meeting.
We are adjourning the meeting whilst we deal with this issue. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I think whilst the meeting...
It's adjourned. So.
Pardon? No, I don't need a seconder. Okay, sorry, apologies to those in the public gallery. We'll have to... Councillors, can I have a vote on adjourning the meeting to deal with the matter before us? I need a show of hands, councillors. Okay, those in favour of adjourning the meeting are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett. It's unanimous. So, Councillor Edwards, you're in support of that?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Thank you, councillors. First of all, I need a motion to reconvene the meeting. Moved Councillor Boglari. Do I need a seconder for that? It's procedural, so no. Councillors, all those in favour of reconvening the meeting?
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you. Now, moving back to matter before us, 15.3. I believe Councillor Golay has an alternate motion. Councillor Golay.
Can I get a point of order?
If you can gather yourself while I deal with the point of order. Thank you, Councillor Golay. Councillor Boglari, what is your point of order?
7.6.7, contravening meeting standing orders. I had my hand up before Councillor Golay and I was ignored. I believe I should have been addressed first.
Thank you. That's not a point of order.
It is under 7.6.7, item B.
How?
Because you're contravening meeting standing orders. You ignored a councillor who already had their hand up to go to another councillor.
There were a number of other councillors.
No, there weren't, because I actually watched and my hand was up first and then Councillor Bishop's went up and then Councillor Golley's.
Councillor, I have a councillor who's moving a motion and I'm going with that. Thank you. Okay. Do we have councillor, could you move your motion and then I will ask for a seconder.
Cautiously. Yes, you do. So, am I allowed to go or not?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'd like to move as an alternate motion option 3 within the report, and that's that council resolves to approve the development application with conditions, please.
Can I have a seconder for Councillor Gollay's motion, please? Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Mitchell. Continue, Councillor Gollay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning everyone was provided with an extensive list of conditions in relation to this MCU, understanding that this is an MCU, so the request is for a material change of use. It's not a flat out, yep, it's let's go gangbusters. Quite often we talk about supporting youth, developing youth, looking at businesses, supporting tourism, enabling young people to have a fair go here in the Redlands so that they can take a foothold, raise their families and stay and play in the Redlands. For as long as I've been in the Redlands, which is quite a long time, as a kid I've actually watched Linden Road develop. It's all acreage lots. It already has various large-scale barns, etc., on the acreage lots. When we look at that area in general, there are quite a few commercial entities there. Some I don't believe should be there because they're heavy industry. I don't see this particular application being a threat to anyone or some type of impost to anyone. And if I just refer to what was discussed in public participation this morning, there seems to be a level of misunderstanding by neighbours of what's actually being proposed, where on one hand neighbours are saying we support you, then there was some type of an intervention where they're saying they're not. Now,
Councillor, perhaps I might ask you just to speak to the facts of the approval with conditions rather than referring to.
Well, there needs to be some context.
Matters outside.
I believe that we could approve this with the relevant conditions. And if we look at the conditions of works assessment, operation of the business itself, if we look at the parking, these are all the conditions that are listed here quite extensively that we could apply in order for this, what you would call a small business, to go ahead. Acoustic issues, lighting, vegetation management, etc. I can't see where we could not accommodate this particular new business with these lists of conditions here. And so everyone was given these conditions, and I strongly believe that what we're actually doing is we are stifling what would be quite a good business that has the potential to be used for other community aspects, not just a wedding place. I think that could be an extension, if not a condition, that it's open to other community groups as well. I don't see any difference to this to an actual town hall. One's on government property, one's on private property. That's the only difference there. I think this would have multiple uses, and I think if we condition it enough with what's listed here, and every councillor was given this morning, this is an extensive list of conditions, and if we follow those conditions, I can't see why this business couldn't go ahead. I don't believe that we're making the right decision to just shut it down with respect to the officer's points and the officer's recommendation. There's also been a town planner that's been engaged, and that town planner also has an alternate view as well. It's up to us, but I think we could approve this with the conditions listed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Golay. Speaker against? Councillor Baglari.
Just for clarity, we got given these conditions as I walked in, so I haven't had a chance to even look at it.
They were emailed to you yesterday.
I haven't seen them. We were working at night with Christmas functions at the moment. I actually supported the officer's recommendation, and there are so many reasons that they have given, and they're very clear in the report. All planning grounds. It conflicts with the zoning against the City Plan P108. It does not serve a community purpose, and even this morning it was mentioned by Councillor Golly when a parcel of land is not zoned for a use. This is exactly the same as that it doesn't zone, conflicts with the zoning. A couple of councillors mentioned this morning about supporting amenity. Well, the next reason for not supporting this is, for supporting the officers, is the amenity impacts, the loss and peaceful, quiet nature of the area, the large car park. It's all there. I'm sure we've read it, but they are numerous. And then it goes on to noise. Now, I don't know if any other councillor here has actually read the noise report, which is given there, but I think the words of the officers actually sum it up. Impracticality of recommending the noise mitigation measures at a certain time when you have got a facility which is allowed up to 80 people to be there, only 10 can be outside or they'll go over the noise limit. So who's going to be standing there? And then on a brief look in these ones, it still says 80 patrons. So the impracticability of being able to keep that noise down under the approved measures it's not, it just can't be done. There's no detail of the outdoor mechanical plant. And I think in here, when I just quickly read it then, it might say we might get it, but we haven't got them as yet. It talks about the lighting and removal of significant vegetation. It talks about 50 trees are going to be removed, and this is a koala habitat area. And when we're talking about amenity, in the other one, there were actually a couple of blocks to the south of the previous one we just spoke about that were already large industry. When you look on ReadyMap with this site, you have actually got conservation land to the back and you've got very vegetated blocks on either side. So it hasn't been affected by other such commercial activities, and it is a very significant vegetation area. I believe there's a environmental corridor running along the back as well. Traffic impacts, it talks here about it's more likely to be up to 40 trips a day when you've got up to 80 people. They're saying that 3 patrons would be in the car, which brought it down to 36, but it is more likely to be 40 trips, 40 vehicle trips. So the traffic is actually inaccurate, the way that it has been given. I haven't read the stormwater impacts as yet. I got to, because I thought Councillor Berridge would be here to talk to that one. But then there are the sewer, the bushfire, the flooding, the waste management, but the one which also I was highlighting here is the evacuation and fill, and that hasn't been addressed properly yet with the excavation and fill, with the impact of the slope. There are submissions from various neighbours with concerns because when they got there, they thought the vegetated area, their quiet, peaceful, environmental really area was going to remain the same, and it hasn't. If this goes in, it will impact the neighbours, and I would like everybody actually not just support this alternate motion, but to support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Do we have a speaker for? Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, consistent with previous decisions, I think the best way we go about things is to put strong conditions in rather than to stand in the way of what can be really good outcomes. The term community purpose has been used a couple of times already, and I just thought celebrations, gatherings, weddings, getting together, what better community purpose than bringing people together, particularly over the last few years, how wonderful a community purpose that is. So I certainly disagree with those comments. May ask actually might embed a question in here as well. I'm very interested in the on-site management that the residents and the owners of the venue will be there, but under what is there a way to condition their oversight of any activities on site so that the buck stops there? That would be something that may give us some comfort into it, but otherwise it is around looking at the conditions that are there, and I think most of them go looking at all the reports, the ecologist report, etc. While we may all have opinions, personally or otherwise, I defer to the professionals more often than not, and if people wanted a peer review of those things, then that should have been what was requested well ahead of this time. But I'm fairly comfortable with the conditions that are there. But the question that I might embed, and I'm sorry if it's not the appropriate venue, but where else, can there be a condition around the on-site residents being ultimately responsible for managing those activities of any gathering that they may choose to bring to this venue?
Thank you, Councillor. I don't know that the officers can answer that because this is not their recommendation. However, part of the application was to change the residence to a caretaker's residence, and that aspect is not approved in this proposed motion. So that means that the people who live in the house would have to run the business, and the business could not be sold to someone who didn't live in the house. Is that correct, Michael?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm just going to clarify that point with regard to the point Councillor Mitchell was raising, just to say that as part of the conditions that have been put forward, there is a condition 5 in terms of operation of the business and a requirement for operational management plan, and that does include hours of operation and activities of the business, aims and objectives of what the plan is, performance indicators, and also who's responsible for implementing those measures for the use, responsibility during events and things of that nature. So there's a quite prescriptive condition that has been put forward which lists out all of those requirements, and that it does need to be submitted to council for approval. So that was in response to your question. Thanks.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's great. So it would be a point of responsibility for whether it be a community member, police, council, anyone. That's
Yes, and responsibility of the behaviour of guests, obviously. That's a speak. Well, yes, as soon as we finish for and against, I'll go to questions. Yes. No, you can't do that, Councillor. Speaker against, Councillor Bishop.
Yeah, I find that we seem to be in an area somewhat removed from what is being proposed and somewhat removed from what officers have recommended.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean, Councillor.
We are in a negotiation here with a whole heap of conditions that, quite frankly, as Councillor Baglari said, I received as I sat here for the first time I saw it. It may have been an email. But I would like to understand, I'd like officers to go through all of those points, if possible, because I'm not comfortable. I see the recommendation, the feedback from submissions. I see there's a lot of...
That's fine.
Sorry, I see there's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of expectation.
Councillor, I'll stop you for a moment.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to ask that you have that before you continue. I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask Michael to go through the list of conditions. Michael, do you have a copy?
Yeah, I like this is a lot. What I'm,
allow the officer go through the conditions.
Madam Chair, allow me to just acknowledge that having just received this, we feel as though we are in a territory which is far removed from our normal planning processes, and there are a lot of expectations. It seems on behalf of the applicants. There's some expectations from some of the councillors. I would like to ask: do any other councillors have perceived conflict or a declarable conflict that they would like to put forward in terms of the assessment of this in a fair and impartial manner?
Councillor,
do there any councillors?
There's been two opportunities today already through this meeting for people to declare their conflicts.
I'm asking that question if anyone does have a conflict, because there's a lot of passion and I would like it to be neutral and impartial.
Okay, so Councillor, I'm stopping you now, please, and I'm going to ask the officer to go through the list of conditions.
And I'd like to hear from the officer, and forgive me, officer, for putting that on you now, but this is the way I'd like to go about it. But
turn your mic off, please. Okay, Michael, would you mind going through the various matters for amenity, parking, etc., as listed in that list of conditions?
Certainly. Just to be clear, officer's recommendation is as per the report. To
understand. I'm with you on that.
Conditions that have been provided, I can provide a summary as follows. So there are kind of standard pro forma in terms of conditions that have been presented, in terms of approving plans, etc., have been submitted with the development application. A number of those plans have been annotated in red to refer specifically to requirements of the conditions, and I'll come on to that in due course. I've already talked about the operation of the business, so there would be a requirement. There is a requirement to submit an operational management plan. I've talked about that. There is also, as an MCU, a requirement for condition works assessment, which is again, further details have to be submitted for approval to council, and that particularly is in relation to vegetation clearing fauna management plan, earthworks plan, stormwater management plan, and detailed landscape plans, and further requirement for acoustic assessment report to be revisited in terms of potential impact on neighbours on the opposite side. And again, the reason for that will become clear in due course. There is a condition, condition 7 of the package, which talks about limiting the hours of operation. So again, it's suggested that 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. Monday to Thursday, 9 a.m. till 10:30 p.m. Friday and Saturday, and the use not operating on Sunday or public holiday. So the hours of operation are restricted by condition. There is also a condition which limits the maximum number of patrons to 80 and only a single event per day with a minimum of 5 events per week, and that a record of the event details must be kept up to date and made available at the council's request. So again, that's in relation to the enforceability of the conditions and being able to request that information that council can make sure the conditions are enforceable. We've also got conditions in regard to the acoustic attenuation. So again, there's a condition that's been required to extend the location of the acoustic fence beyond the 2 metres beyond the existing facility or the proposed facility for the event facility, and to construct the 2 metre high acoustic barrier as per the acoustic report. There is a condition also which requires the car parking areas currently proposed to be relocated, switched through 90 degrees to be parallel to the front boundary of the site. And as a result of which, there is potential that that car parking area becomes closer to the neighbouring residential property on the other side. So we've asked for the condition to be included, which requires that acoustic assessment to be updated to ensure that if there's any acoustic attenuation required on that side, that will be incorporated. Again, just lighting, again, just to ensure that any outdoor lighting complies with the standards. Some of the vegetation management is one of the issues. So again, it's just making sure that any tree removal through tree retention complies with the relevant standards there. That again, fairly standard conditions which include that section. There is again some further conditions with regards to offsets of the MLES vegetation. And again, just to be clear, I've heard in debate, there is MSES, which is state significance, and MLES, local environmental significance. The MSES, the state environmental significance, is not impacted by this development, but there is local environmental significance. Our environmental assessment team have recommended a condition which requires financial offset in regards to that. And again, an offset was required as opposed to replacement on site because of the potential tension between bushfire and replacement of vegetation on the site. So that's why an offset has been proposed as part of that conditions package. And then there's some further details, conditions with regard to landscaping details. Bear with me. Did it? And then again, as I referred to as condition works, there's some further details required in terms of excavation and filling and stormwater management to be submitted, along with waste management as well, just to ensure that any refuse storage is screened and things like that on site. So that's a very general summary.
Thank you.
Just before you go on, that offset requirement that you mentioned, Michael, they can do offset planting if they choose. They don't have to do the financial offset.
Read your condition. Sorry, just looking for the condition. I do beg your pardon.
There's no rush.
Well, the condition as worded does say pay to council financial environmental offset of 52,000 approximately for the 49 native trees to be removed from the environmental significance overlay on the development site in accordance with section. So that's the condition.
Okay, well I think that's an awful lot of money. That's not reasonable.
Yeah, well, as I said, the reason that was required as an offset was because of the type of vegetation that would be required to be offset. Again, there was that balance with bushfire risk.
Okay, well, I'm sure that can be negotiated later. Okay, thank you. And back to you, Councillor Bishop.
I'm gonna. It's not a point of order.
Well, then don't.
No, but I have to.
No, you really don't.
No, I want to call.
The floor,
I know, but with your indulgence, Councillor Bishop, no. I need to ask Councillor Tolte, what is your conflict of interest? Do you have one? I'm saying, what is it?
Why would I have a conflict of interest, Councillor?
Because of the lead up to this, the behaviour that has happened.
I do not have a conflict.
The behaviour that has happened before today. The behaviour that has happened today.
There is no behaviour,
No, this you do not. You do not act like this on. You do not act like this on an agenda item.
Speaking over the chair. Do you want another one? Look, I'll record another one. That's a second warning.
Fine.
Right.
But this is making me sick, and it's a year to the day you made me sick last time.
Nice. Thank you. Councillor Bishop, would you like to continue?
Passions are high. The certainty that officers gave us with 3 points in their recommendation for refusal was clear. 58 points that are put in front of me now that I thank very much the officer for his response then. There's a long way to go. This is not what the community in this area are expecting, anticipating. It's not what it's zoned for. I appreciate that these good citizens have made an application for what they would like to see on their property. They've gone down a pathway and they've now found that the zoning is not appropriate for this use. If we, on the run, approve 58 conditions, how are we going to enforce this? How are we going to ensure compliance? I'm concerned that officers will be left on the hop with this, and it could establish in an area where there's consistency, where it's LDR2, 6,000 square metres residential amenity, that this could start a similar call for other people to come in with an application for one thing, then have it turn into something quite different, not being approved by officers, and councillors scrabbling to piece it together and give it an approval. Some sort of, this is not what the residents have applied for. It's definitely not what the officers have recommended, but councillors seem to be going down a pathway that is concerning.
It is what they have.
Are you interrupting?
No. Councillor, could you wrap up, please?
I support the officer's recommendation. I think planning is neutral, unbiased, and should be free from perceptions of involvement or whatever is going on. It is a concern. It feels like some of the things that I hear councillors
Point of order,
prosecuting
Madam Chair.
What's your point of order, councillor?
811, councillor has on more than one occasion now brought the reputation of councillors and the process into disrespect. And I think we'd be careful with language at the very least. Thank you.
I'm asking for consistency, that we actually, when we have got planning matters in front of us, when we say that we're concerned about the potential impacts and the potential costs associated, I think we need to be consistent. I hear people saying that we shouldn't be doing policy on the run, and that's very much what this feels like.
Thank you,
This
councillor.
is not something that I support. I support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have another speaker for? Do I have a question? Any technical questions? Councillor Boglari, what is your question, please?
You mightn't have heard my question before, but I actually asked you if you had a conflict of interest.
And I answered it and said, no, I do not.
You don't? Okay.
Councillor McKenzie, you have a question?
Yes, and it's probably, I guess it was the comparison that this is no different to a community hall, in that we have community halls throughout our city that can be hired out for wedding venues, wedding events. And I just quickly, while the discussion was happening, had a look at Alex Hill's Community Hall, because obviously it's in my division, can hold 200 people, certainly has no acoustic treatments. So would certainly be a noise impact if there was weddings there. I just want to understand from a planning perspective why this isn't, because the comments have been made that this is no different to a community hall. I want to understand the difference between our community halls that have no acoustic treatments, are near residential areas, and this application. Please, from our planner. I'm assuming our planner will answer that.
And if you could, Michael, on the cultural aspects of it, because it seems to me it's cultural.
Well, we're not, I mean, this application, we're assessing the use that's put forward, which isn't a community service use. It's not a community service function as defined in the Act. It's, you know, we've got the regulation identifies what the uses are, and this private commercial operation isn't a community service function as referred to in the planning scheme as being appropriate. So we're not assessing any of those existing facilities. You know, what they are seeking to apply for is a private wedding venue, which is a commercial use, and we're assessing a level of use and intensity of that particular use, which is up to 80 patrons and up to 26 car parking spaces that have been provided as well in what is a residential precinct.
I understand through you, Chair. The comments were made though that I guess with the community hall, council's the owner, and we hired out to private vendors to host events in our community halls. And you can have weddings. You can have weddings at our community halls, and some of them hold up to 200 people. So I guess and they're in residential areas right next to residents. So I guess that's when they have no.
We're not assessing those.
So are you asking, Councillor, are you asking what the acoustics measures are in this application?
Well, there were no acoustics in our halls 30 years ago, and I know that they.
Well, I think that's with answer to your question. I think you've probably answered your own question there in terms of the community halls, which are probably in place historically. We've got a city plan which was adopted in 2018, which sets out a range of uses which are acceptable in particular precincts. This is a large lot residential precinct essentially, where the community expectation, which the planning scheme embodies, sets out what that community expectation is around amenity consideration. So the planning scheme talks about community service functions. What is being applied for is not a community service function. So I think that comparison which you're trying to make, in my opinion, isn't necessarily linked.
Okay, thanks, Michael.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes. This is a question, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So often we're arguing the opposite way. So this is amazing. My question is to our officers. I note that the report author, Carol, responsible officer David, authorising officer Louise, and we've got Michael, our manager, speaking to it. Thank you. So my question is to come to the officer recommendation with these 3 points. How was that peer reviewed? Is this recommendation solely from the report author, or has this been looked at from management as well? Thanks.
I'm a bit unclear on what report you're talking about.
Well, the officer recommendation, and it says the officer's report. The officer's report, the author is Carol, I might pronounce it incorrectly, Vidasulu, and then we've come to the officer's recommendation, and here we are debating this recommendation.
Well, no, it's not the officer's recommendation we're debating. It's an alternate It's an alternate motion.
True. That technicality on top of reading the officer's recommendation. So my question is, because so often we actually mirror reversed. The officers give an officer's recommendation for, and we argue against. So this is literally the opposite. Michael, can you just go through with me, with all of us, thank you, about the process that we've reached, thank you, in this report?
So are you talking in... Okay, because you mentioned a peer review, and there was a peer reviewer mentioned earlier today. Do you mean the technical needs assessment?
No, I think it was all. I would presume it would have all been taken into account to get to the officer's recommendation. We've got an alternate motion, as you pointed out.
Yep.
But that alternate motion is there contrary to the officer's recommendation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
Yeah, just firstly, in answer to your question, all my team are professional planners. So, they have a professional opinion based on an assessment of an application that's put before them. With any planning decision, often there's grey areas and there might be difference of opinion, and that's why we're here today, I guess. In terms of the actual question you asked, Carol Vita-Sulo was the assessment manager. Brett Dibden was her team leader, so he would have reviewed the report. I am the service manager. I review the report. David Jeans is the group manager. He reviews the report. Louise Roussan is the general manager. She will review the report, as do ELT, I believe, as well, before the report is issued on an agenda. So I would maybe suggest there has been some significant rigour placed on, a review and assessment of the report that's been put before you.
Thank you, via the chair and our deputy mayors. Thank you. When we talk about the process within council and that amount of eyes going over it, but the officer's recommendation that we have here, that goes through everyone's eyes, and there is conversation there to ensure that we as a council are happy with this officer's recommendation. I'm just trying to ensure that it just wasn't one officer that wrote this, that we actually have had our whole team look at this thing.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So, yeah, everyone's
It goes through all of those levels
to get to this officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you. I just had a question with something you said before, Deputy Chair. When we were talking about the conditions of the offset, you sort of basically made comments implying that we can take care of that later, or we'll get rid of that later. If you can't put an approval through with conditions, and then what officers, are they going to be allowed to delegate and change the conditions later on down the track, or will that have to come back to council for a decision?
Councillor, it's the standard practice that when a...
You just basically just wiped out the offset.
No, I didn't, Councillor. I left the offset without...
You inferred that it wouldn't be required. We'll work that out later.
Okay, my reading of the condition was that if a financial contribution was chosen, that would be the amount. But my understanding in planning terms is that under state legislation, offsets are always an alternative.
What's the alternative?
Planting trees instead.
Plant trees or pay financial. So you're not saying dismiss it completely?
No, and it's not up to me anyway. Any.
Well, it's made that you were making.
Okay, well, you misunderstood me, Councillor. Any decision that is made in this chamber on a planning matter is open to negotiation with officers for a month before any appeal is lodged in the planning court. Right? So I was referring to that opportunity.
I would suggest to the local council that she do a call in on every change in those conditions so that we make a decision in this chamber.
I believe the local council has been removed with a conflict.
Well,
so
still call it in.
Councillor, have you finished?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor, would you like to sum up? Actually, before you sum up, if you don't mind, I would like to say a few things. In any assessment, there is, every assessment is a matter of a professional opinion on our officer's behalf. And we have a number of councillors in the room to vote. And if this is not successful, then the other motion will come forward, and that is democracy. So I just wanted to comment on a few of the things that have been said here. I believe this serves a community purpose. I know how difficult it is to find an affordable wedding venue in Redlands, and the needs assessment showed that. So I'm unsure why the officers didn't see the weight in that needs assessment. The car parks, my understanding was that originally more car parks were applied for and the officers negotiated for the number of car parks to be reduced. So I believe there's 26 or 27 in this. So the car parking, obviously the officers must have thought that was a reasonable number of car parks if they negotiated to reduce it. Noise, I believe, can be managed, and the vegetation, again, managed through offset planting. Whether on this site or another site, there are options available, and apparently there's a financial availability. Or I did not understand that the conditions that were put forward required the financial aspect, and I'm not sure about that in law, which is why I said they could talk about it later, because that's up to the applicant to challenge the conditions. The excavation of fill has been covered. It was one of the things that was raised, and that will require a separate application for excavation of fill and go through a whole other assessment process. There are conditions, I believe, that will allow this to be managed in such a way that it will be very low impact, if at all, and noise attenuation requirements are covered as well. So, to my mind, this is a service that is needed in the Redlands. If not here, where? It's a little bit like the previous one, if not here, where? So with that, I'll ask Councillor Golle to sum up. Councillor Golle, could you sum up, please?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm following correct process. Are we following correct process or not?
Yes, you don't have to speak to it. It's up to you.
I'll just quickly summarise then. Some of the comments that were made about the extent of the conditions that are presented here. Part of our process, if we bring an alternate motion, we have to bring something to validate that alternate motion. That's our standard process. It's a legal process. That's what's being presented here. When we talk about noise and environment and all these different things that are being implicated in these reports, whether it's this condition or the officer's recommendation, we need to also keep in mind, when we talk about amenity and venue, this actually backs straight onto Redlands Rays Baseball Club. Okay, so every weekend and even during the week, there's noise, there's spotlights and sporting fields and all sorts of things happening. So what we're actually saying here is that it's kind of good just beyond the tree line to have this impact, but when someone privately wants to do it, we can't. I think that there's an opportunity being lost here where this applicant has put something forward with a good intent to fulfill what is a needs or a gap in affordable venues to use. There's lots of talk about affordability and housing and things like that, but amenities or facilities are still at a top rate. How do we actually support what is affordable living and people buying into affordable living with also affordable businesses? And so I wanted to put this forward primarily because I thought it was actually a good idea. It's as simple as that. I've got no conflict. I don't know the people. All right. I just thought it was a great idea. I thought it was something that was needed. We've got the conditions here that we could apply if we wanted to support the business. I don't know what my job is then if it's not to support the people.
Okay, councillors, there is no...
I think your words were before represent residents,
councillors,
not individuals.
Councillor Boglari.
You just cut me off.
Thank you. We don't need any more comment. Councillor Hughes.
You just cut me off.
Have you finished, Councillor Golley? Thank you.
Wow, nasty today, guys.
With that, I will put the vote. Those in favour of the alternate motion and approval with conditions, can I have show of hands, please?
Aye.
Okay, so that is Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golley, Councillor Talty, Councillor Edwards. That's 4. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Bishop. That's 5. The motion is lost. Please do.
I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Moved by Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Do we need further debate, councillors?
Nope.
Happy to put the motion.
Happy to put it with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, so have we got the officer's recommendation there? Thank you. Can I have a show of hands, please? Those in favour of the officer's recommendation. Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Bishop. What is your vote, Councillor Edwards?
No.
And those against are Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golley, Councillor Edwards, Councillor Talty. And before I leave the chair and we invite the Mayor in, I would like a conduct noting on Councillor Berridge's behaviour in refusing to leave the room and refusing to follow the standing orders and holding up the meeting. Thank you. We'll ask the Mayor back in, and you'll all be glad to have her.
I might just me. I don't have a cup of tea. It's reading my nominations for Australia Day Awards. Well, we're technically up to confidential. I'm just making sure. Do you actually want to go to confidential, councillors? Okay. Well, would you like to move that?
Yeah, I did. Peter Kelly was going to explain something to me, and I haven't been able to phone him.
Right. So you'd like to move that we move into confidential, in which case?
Yes, please.
So move Councillor Boglari, seconded Councillor Hughes. Those in favour? Those
Aye.
against? Those in favour?
Aye.
That's carried unanimously. So thank you, Kate. Thank you, Sharon. Merry Christmas. So we'll close. Yeah. Okay, I need to wait. Yeah, I can go ahead now. Thank you. Move Councillor Bishop, seconded Councillor Boglari. Those in favour? Those against?
Aye.
That's carried unanimously. So now I'll take the votes on these items, councillors. Item 20.1, mover and seconder, thanks. Move Councillor Mitchell, seconded Councillor Mackenzie. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Councillor Golay? So you, sorry, just trying to, is that unanimous? Is that unanimous? Yes? Okay, thank you. Item 20.2, move Councillor Edwards is moving that. Is that okay, Councillor Edwards?
Yes. Yes.
Seconded Councillor Talty. With those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Those in favour, Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Berridge, Williams. Those against, Councillor Bishop. Item 20.3, mover and seconder, thanks. Move Councillor Mitchell, seconded Councillor Mackenzie. Those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Item 20.4, delegated authority, move Councillor Talty, seconded Councillor Mitchell. Those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. And just before we close the meeting, there's a couple of things that we need to cover up on. Firstly, I'll hand over to the CEO just for a matter of correctness on public participation.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. Further to the mention of a number of businesses in public participation this morning that were alleged to have been operating unlawfully, look, council officers are generally not aware that those businesses are operating outside of the scope of their lawful use rights. In general, these businesses have been operating for a significant period of time and will have commenced or been approved under relevant planning provisions that were applicable at the time. From this typically means that they may have had less regulatory assessments based on either the sophistication of the zonings or the definitions that applied at the time, and that undertaking of events, which I think was the specific issue, would likely constitute a complementary or ancillary use to their primary use. So I just wanted to put that on the record, that there were some statements made, but the advice that I've been given from our planners is that it's generally incorrect.
And on that note, for the last meeting of 2023, I know that you're all looking forward to a well-earned break in time with your family. On behalf of councillors, firstly, can I, through you, the CEO and the executive leadership team, wish you all a very Merry Christmas and the deserved rest that you all worked for all year. Obviously, looking forward to you all having a great 2024, and we thank you on behalf of the community for all you do in your service every day, those things that many people take for granted. And for myself to councillors, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and have a good break before you'll have to, except for myself and Councillor Edwards, embark on what we all love so much, which is the campaign towards the local government elections 2024. May you all stay safe, both at Christmas and through the election. So with that, I'll close the meeting at 3:01, and I'm assuming that there's still some lunch available. I don't know. So I'll close the meeting at 3:01.